All right.
Do you have a printed copy of the reports?
Yes, I do.
All right. Just checking.
This is what was sent as an attachment to your email, so
Yeah.
so I presume it hasn't changed.
No, nothing's changed.
Okay.
Since the time, since Lisa sent it to all of us.
Okay.
Stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing's changed.
Yeah. I just printed it
Hi, Terry.
that time, so
Sweet.
so
So I have a quick question for you. Do you have access to any of the 2020 or 2021 communications files
meant to, but I didn't print
or
them
from
out.
previous years? Like, is there a drive where there are all those communication documents are from David or Harry?
Yeah.
Yeah, they weren't sharing with me either.
Well, as soon as I get here, maybe
Interesting.
yeah.
If neither of them are feeling any sort of
Anxiousness about talking,
then just, I
I'll
would
just
just,
It's closed already, the account.
and I'm not
So
this
do
is
you remember if we have any video of Guadalupe from graduation, like his graduation speeches from previous years? Where could I find them? Mm-hmm.
what's that?
I suspect. Only because
Yeah,
Is that in the graduation from 2021? Okay, I will go look for it. Thanks.
yeah,
I just want somebody to literally go there and then
yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you for Terry.
art.
Well, and I presume Andrew is the chair tonight, and uh, I don't know whether everybody else is planning to be here, or
Yeah.
whether Gary is going to be remote like he's been for several board meetings.
I was just up there and I don't think I saw Gary, but I saw everyone else.
not going to be, you know, having to step through things, have to do any rigorous work, and then
All right, are we ready to go? I think so. We've got a quorum. All right. This work session of the Board of Education for May 17th, 2022 is called to order. For tonight's work session, materials have been posted in board books on the PPS website under the Board and Meetings tab. This meeting is being live streamed on PPS TV Services website and on Channel 28. And will be replayed throughout the next 2 weeks. Please check the district website for replay times. Just so everyone knows, I'm Andrew Scott. I'm vice chair of the board. I'm sitting in for Michelle DePass. She has an excused absence tonight from the meeting. And also Director Hollins will be here shortly. He just had to run out and make sure his ballot got dropped off before 8 p.m. I would encourage anyone else who has not dropped off their ballot to please make sure you vote today as well. And I also want to introduce Byrony McMahon, who is our new student rep. Yay. This is Student Rep McMahon's first meeting with us, so welcome. It's a great one. Glad you could be
But
here.
we'll get a chance to say goodbye to Jackson Weinberg next week. He'll be back.
He'll be back. So he had to miss this meeting. Byrony's sitting in, and Jackson will be back. Excellent. Okay. The board is now convened as the Budget Committee. Thank you, everyone, for joining us this evening. Just a reminder, some housekeeping issues. Those wishing to display placards, signs, or banners must remain in the auditorium foyer behind the seating area, and please do not block any attendees' view of the proceedings. Also, please keep walkways clear and aisles clear. And in general, if we could just be mindful of others in the room, that would be great. Tonight, following a brief update on the 2022-23 proposed budget, we will have an opportunity to hear public comments on the superintendent's proposed budget for the 2022-23 school year. And then following the public comment, we're going to receive the Community Budget Review Committee's report on the proposed 22-23 school year budget and local option levy. And then we'll have a discussion with board questions around the budget overall. So we are going to start with this update. Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to kick us off? And we're pulling up the presentation.
Pulling up the deck,
Great.
but I'll start providing a little context. Good evening, everybody, directors, those present and those watching from home. Tonight represents another continued opportunity in a budget work session to receive updates about where we are. For those that are less familiar with the annual process, there's always sort of this May revise, so we have some more accurate numbers that we'll be able to share with the board, which is going to be important for us to share because I think it helps inform the conversation this evening and some direction that we're looking for from directors. So you'll hear from our CFO about our state school fund. There's some additional changes each year, particularly in the spring semester, for example. IEP meetings are happening, referrals are occurring. That impacts and fluctuates our SPED enrollment. We'll talk about what that means for us. You'll see some other recent decisions the board has made, which are also considerations that are different from our original proposal that we want to incorporate now as well. So we'll do a recap just in a couple slides. We'll talk about some of the updates, but really this evening is to continue hearing public comment on our budget proposal. So the evening, really, the majority of the time is dedicated to that. We know this evening we'll also be hearing from our Community Budget Review Committee as well. So we look forward to hearing their report. And then after our brief presentation and hearing from our public and CBRC, we really look forward to taking the board's questions, but more importantly, hearing discussion about a direction and next steps for us. So I think we're still working on getting the slides up, but I think I just walked you through tonight's objectives. I think an educator tries to be upfront about the learning objectives, so hopefully I've covered them there. And just to recap, some of what I was going to share, as you know, the proposed budget focuses in a few areas for the coming school year, addressing that unfinished learning that we know particularly has impacted our students, especially in some cases disproportionately. We've really prioritized increasing learning opportunities for every student. We've talked many evenings about the importance of providing mental behavioral health, social emotional and wraparound supports. That's a focus of our balanced proposal. We also know that making sure our educators and our staff have additional time to engage in professional learning, to collaborate. And then there's some priorities that our community has laid out. So we want to continue to make progress on those. particularly those that we've identified from our multi-year strategic plan. So those are the themes that you've heard us share in some level of detail the last few occasions. And then the next slide delineates the resources towards each of those activities. Our last board meeting, we started to talk about sort of all the double click and the activities underneath each of those activities, and the important question around, well, how are we resourcing and funding those activities? And we have a few different sources. We have our ongoing general fund, but we also have, thank you voters, a consistent revenue stream via our student investment account, which brings close to $39 million for a number of priorities that the spirit of that legislation outlines. And then uniquely, during this pandemic, we have one-time COVID relief or ESSER monies that have come to districts. We've been pretty judicious about using those for all the reasons that were necessary, and we can really apply those towards some of these priorities that we've talked about, which includes investing in a full, robust range menu of summer programming, which we're excited to start to get out to our families, eminently. And so you've seen those big line items. You'll notice that the total number has inched up a bit. We'll explain why that is. If we can just advance through the slides for a couple seconds each. You heard me talk about tonight's objectives here, just so our audience at home can have these in the recording. And then our budget focus areas. And then the next slide are the revenue streams. And you have to understand that the ESSER monies carry over into the next year as well.
Superintendent, I
Yes.
know you already went through this, but now that this slide is up, can you just
Yep.
repeat some of the key highlights from
Absolutely.
this slide?
Sure. For example, increasing learning opportunities for students. You'll see that from multiple revenue streams, a smaller amount from the general fund, 1.3 million, but really out of the SIA, 14.6 million and 15 million from ESSER. A lot of these monies are being dedicated to making sure our students have extended learning opportunities, summer academic and enrichment opportunities. We've talked about sort of recent just legislation that also making some additional funding available for that. But you see a total of 30 million, for example, being expended total, both in summer and throughout the course of the school year. Those kinds of additional learning opportunities that we've talked about on other evenings. And we've talked extensively in the past as well around the wraparound supports for our students. So that includes the investment in social workers and counselors and driving down staffing ratios to make sure our students get the attention they need when they're experiencing some readiness to learn challenges there. And we're happy to revisit any of these theme areas if you want us to sort of list out in more detail some of the activities that are under those.
And I think just a key takeaway here, because we get a lot of emails sort of asking, well, wait a minute, what about all that federal stimulus money?
Right.
And I think what this chart is really trying to get at is, looking at those ESSER funds, I mean, almost $75 million is being invested. It is being invested, though, as I think you said, in things to increase unfinished learning as a result of the pandemic and learning opportunities for every student. But these are one-time dollars. So again, part of the key conversation here is how do we make those investments with that don't set up a cliff that will go over in sort of the 23-24 school year.
I think that's an important point. And that's why, just to stay on the same row, increasing learning opportunities, we've tried to balance that out across revenue streams. So you see 14.6 out of the SIA. And the reason for that is because some of the features or activities that we're proposing to resource are things like supporting school communities with a 7-period day in the middle schools. It's $6.5 million towards a more optimal classroom size. It's completing arts pathways in some of our schools, so expanding visual and performing arts opportunities. We've set aside some money to continue focused on our middle school redesign. We're contributing $6.3 million towards keeping Online Academy open to families who want to maintain that virtual option. And then there's some additional monies for early learning, for supporting our secondary schools with high school master schedules, and then some specific supports for special education. So that's a little bit of the double click on sort of the list of activities just for increasing learning opportunities. It's the same in the other areas. There's a range of activities that we talked about in our last meeting. Okay, and so to recap also, one driver of state school fund and the resources available to us are really about enrollment in the district. And we've talked about this trend before, but just to recap it, in this work session, we have Dr. Adams, our Chief of Research Assessment and Accountability, just to refresh everybody on that.
I've got up the next slide, please, Kara. Thank you. So to recap, and board directors and members, you've seen this slide before. This slide shows student enrollment over a number of years in numbers, as well as a percentage change between the 2023 projection and 2020 and the 2023 projection compared to this year's actual enrollment. Since the beginning of the pandemic, our elementary enrollment has seen the greatest level of decline. In fact, as you see on the slide, there's been a 21% decline in K-5 enrollment across the district. And now I'd like to call your attention to the far right column that notes our projected student enrollment changes from this year to next year's enrollment projection. Here you will note a 14% decline in elementary school enrollment, a 3% decline in K-8 enrollment, and an 11% decline in middle school enrollment in grades 6 to 8, with high schools remaining relatively flat. It's important to note that while enrollment has been declining over the past few years, PPS has been staffing schools at or close to the pre-pandemic levels. And then the next slide.
Actually, just a really quick clarifying question. I know we've got K through 8s and middle. Do we know why? I mean, if you were to look at elementary at a 14% decline and middle at an 11% decline, you would think a K-8 might fall somewhere in the middle, but actually our K-8s are significantly lower. Is there a dynamic there that we're aware of, or still sort of looking into what's...
Not one that we quite understand.
Okay.
We know that in the 1920 school year, more of our white families left. We know that in the following school year, we had more underserved families leave, but we don't really necessarily know the reasons. We've done some correlations between median home values and enrollment drops, and what we've seen is where the median home value has greatly increased is where we're seeing the greatest decrease, decrease in enrollment. So there's something going on there with housing and communities, but it becomes a challenge because we can't really ask people who aren't here anymore, why'd you leave? So that's part of the struggle in trying to figure out and answer those questions around what's really going on. We're hoping, as we continue to partner with the Population Resource Center, that they have some means that we do not to help us understand these patterns that we see.
Just a comment. I actually think we should ask people why they leave, because we do have opportunities. I mean, when people unenroll or a student doesn't show up for 10 days, I mean, I do think we have lots of opportunities to ask, and I think that would be pretty great information for us to have, because just having been around PPS for this length of time, I have seen things come up and down, and a lot of times it's based on what people read in the headlines. It could be housing prices, but it seems like we should ask versus just accept a continuous decline, because it doesn't seem to be, there seems to be some rationality to it versus it's just consistent across the board. I mean, like all our investments in high schools, to me, like I'm wondering if new high schools, robust curriculum, CTE, we're engaging our students, whether that's, you can't really replicate it at a small private school.
Also, I'm new to this, so I just wanted to know, out of the people that are leaving, are these from all grades in elementary, or is it just people then entering elementary school that we're losing?
It's actually all grades, and where we are seeing some interesting patterns comes with our birth rates compared to how many of those students we capture is what we say in kindergarten 5 years later. We also know that we have a particular drop 5th grade to 6th grade as students leave elementary school and go to middle school. And so these are things that we continue to try to understand. Thank you for the question.
But just to follow up on that, we saw slides earlier on that the birth rate in Portland especially began to drop very rapidly starting in 2016.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
that would be, so we have perhaps gentrification, perhaps people leaving for other reasons, but we also would have expected a decline in enrollment anyway based on birth rate when we look at kindergarten. And our
Right.
birth rate is continuing to decline at this point. So we know that kindergarten will continue to be down as we go forward, just based on the population growth we're seeing in Portland.
Yes.
And I
that
think
is
that's an
correct.
important factor as we continue to have these conversations.
Kara, if I could have the next slide, please. So this slide summarizes what we've done and what we're poised to do. As I mentioned, that should actually say 19, 20, and 20. No, that's right. 21, 22, and 2021. We maintain the staffing levels due to even during the pandemic, despite the enrollment declines. And then going into next year, we want to just remind everyone that we were looking at 3,400 fewer students as compared to the beginning of the pandemic. If we had made the proportional staffing adjustment, that would have been 180 fewer school staff that would have been proposed. But the proposed budget actually added back over 105 staff for classroom teachers to maintain class sizes, arts teachers, counselors, assistant principals, and we maintain, as you saw in the answers to last week's questions, a small pool of fall staffing to help with balancing enrollment. We are also continuing our support and learning supports around our social workers, our counselors, our credit recovery, the Online Learning Academy, affectionately known as OLA, and our instructional specialists. If I can have the next slide, Kara. So as a result of all that, is the forecasted number of classrooms by class size. I showed you something similar last week that was about the type of school and the count of class sizes. This is actually K-5 projected enrollment by the different grades. Each grade is shown in a different color with the class sizes across the horizontal or the x-axis and the count of the classes at that particular size along the vertical axis or the y-axis. As a reminder, we're projected to have over 850 K-5 classrooms. And as this slide shows, we have relatively very few classrooms with sizes at the higher end of the class size ranges. For next year, we're still projecting to have only 9 classrooms staffed at the class size maximum at the beginning of the school year. And of course, as I mentioned, we are maintaining a reserve to help with fall balancing. So if any of those schools go over that maximum, we'll be able to allocate FTE to support reducing the class sizes. I have one more thing to say.
Okay, sorry. I thought you were going to switch slides and I wanted to catch you.
No. And so we've done some comparison, and among all the Oregon districts with more than 10,000 students, PPS has the best adult to student ratio of all those districts, the larger districts in the state.
So
I have a question.
go ahead, Director Green, I'll wait.
So the question is, when we're talking about the enrollment
I'm
piece.
looking at you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. And I get the whole comparing it to other school districts. I guess for me and for the kids that I see every day, they're not really worried about what the other school districts are doing. So I get the comparisons, but I'm thinking about those 9 classrooms that we're at capacity at, and what can be done, if anything can be done, to bring that down for those 9 classrooms or 9 schools that are at capacity.
Sure, they're at the class size maximum. And as we traditionally do, we monitor those classes and the enrollment at the schools throughout the spring, over the summer, and in the fall, and we allocate additional FTE when they exceed those maximums. So it won't necessarily have to be.
I guess what I'm asking is not, if they're already at maximum, how do we reduce that? Not if they go above the maximum.
Director Hollins.
What can we do to reduce so it don't get to the maximum?
Yeah, Director Hollins, it's a great question, and I actually think we're going to get there in terms of the budget conversation tonight and talking about some of those trade-offs. So if we could just parking lot that, and I think we're going to get back to that.
Yes, hold on to that thought there, Director Hollins.
So I'm just going to add to that a slightly different question. So in the PAT, PPS contract, we have a series of like classroom thresholds, which are lower than these. They max for K-5 at 28. I'd like to know, and this is one of the questions I submitted earlier last week, is how many the number of FTE, the number of classrooms and the number of FTE it would take to get us to the threshold maximum. So I think the K-5 numbers are, let's see, the maximum
I have that information if you.
is 28 for 4 or 5. For 1 to 3 is 26, and the kindergarten is 24. And then there's a separate, more complicated middle school classroom, or middle grades, but I'd be interested. So like 2 things. One, the K-5 at the thresholds, and then the middle schools, which we've had a lot of discussion about. And I know it's different in the than the contract of like what those thresholds are, because they're average over 5.
Yes, if to meet the contractual class sizes would be 150 FTE for a cost of $17.25 million. At the elementary school, that will be 100 FTE in addition to where we are today. And at the middle school level, that will be approximately 50 FTE above where we are right now.
Actually, we're going to come back to all these questions and answers and trade-offs and everything, and I think some of the Q&A. So again, hold that thought, and I think we're going to get back to some of those conversations.
And now I'll turn things over to our Chief Financial Officer, Norberto Delgadillo.
I can take this. Good job rolling the R's and the L's. Appreciate that. Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Adams. Welcome, Student Representative McMahon. If we go to the next slide, I really want to take an opportunity to provide an update to our budget. And as I previously shared, we would be coming back with an update to our fund balance sometime in mid-May. And so we now have updated information. And for reference and additional context, the state school fund reconciliation is an annual process. So it happens every year. And around May, once all the state's districts have submitted their last year's financial data, we receive an update. Some districts have to pay back funds, but in our case, it resulted in a positive adjustment of about $12 million. In addition, another update is our current year spend rate. So we project each quarter where we expect to be on June 30th. And when we compare December and March, so second quarter and third quarter, still takes us a few weeks to close the month and go through the financials. Our estimated expenditure rate has increased by approximately $3 million compared to our earlier estimate. So the net result is a positive $9 million, which would carry over as available fund balance to next year. So if we go on to the next slide. So what does that extra $9 million mean in the context of our overall fund balance? When we compare against the proposed budget, we began with a fund balance of about $91 million, which represents about 11%. And we've shared how our revenue is not keeping pace with projected expenses, and therefore proposing to use $40 million of the fund balance, leaving the fund balance at about 6% with $51 million. That was back April 26. With the latest update, it doesn't change our projected new revenue and proposed expenditures, but that $9 million takes our projected beginning fund balance to about $100 million, which represents a 12% fund balance. And still using $40 million to close a gap, we're left with a projected fund balance of about $60 million, about 7%. So if we go to the next slide, the increase in fund balance dollars can be used to support additional core initiatives or can be used to build back reserves towards the board policy. And to talk more about this and share the opportunities, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Proctor, who will spend some time talking through that as well.
Can I just add just a clarification
Yes.
point on the,
Previous
back on
slide?
the funds available.
Yes.
So, and I had submitted this question, that they're in the budget, so we have a reference to $61 million in contingency, and then there's also the reference to committed contingencies. Are those the same? Are those the same things?
So there's about 60 million or so when we take into account all the funds, and approximately 51, which is what we have there, is in the general fund, the contingency and our operating contingency.
Okay, and then later on in the budget, there's another reference, and there's a reference to 50 million in reserves. Are those, there's not like separate contingencies in different parts of the budget? It's all one contingency, and it's just 61 million?
So there are different contingencies. There's a contingency in the capital bonds. There's a contingency in like an SIA. And so as we roll everything up, we'll have a total roll up of all the separate contingencies. The key focus has been on the general fund, which
Right, I'm not interested in the capital, so just, sorry, I
Yeah.
should have clarified, but just, because I know the bond has a whole host of contingency. So when we're talking about the contingency, on the operating side,
on the general fund.
yes. Well, general fund and special revenues, how much is that? Because it looks like there's different pots of money sitting in different places.
So with the general fund, I would need to look up special revenue. I don't know it off the top of my head, but with general fund, we'd have our operating contingency, which is approximately $51 million.
Otherwise known as reserves.
There's a technical distinction where if we put it in reserves, then we don't touch it.
Right.
But we put it in our operating contingency. Essentially, we're making our savings account, our savings fund available as contingency. So there's that distinction between operating contingency and then like
Can I,
Okay, so you've
for
really
a clarification
confused me
point, because I just want to be clear, because we start talking all these numbers, you're throwing me off. Are we talking about, in this pot, we've got 51 million, and in another part, we've got 60 million, and then in another pot, we've got, or are we saying that we've got reserves in this pot of this amount, we got reserves in this pot of this amount, and if you put all those pots together, we got a total of $60 million?
the latter.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So,
I just
Keep
need
it-
to
yeah,
be
keep
clear
it in-
on that. I don't want to think, because then I start thinking that we got $110 million total.
Right, no.
Because I start thinking about different pots and different millions, and I'm thinking, we got a lot more money to spend.
And-
So
Well,
I just want to be
and
clear
what's it- yeah.
that we're not talking about that.
And another layer of clarity is the clear distinction with general fund. That is our core operating bucket of funding. That's the one where emphasize that.
I'm still not clear. I'm sorry, even the,
So
I can-
let me,
and
so
I
you've,
can
I think you've asked this question already, so they have it, right? And,
Yep.
and we'll be getting back to us in writing, because it's, right now, but I think the takeaway is the general fund has,
An
What-
additional $9 million.
right, general has additional $9 million, but in total contingency,
In total contingency, we
In the general
have
fund.
$60 million.
$60 million.
Yeah.
and
So-
that's separate from the reserves. Sorry, but if.
no, it's
That is the
not.
That,
separate.
well, that's,
But it's
is,
just the
I
nomenclature.
can follow up with like just a clear statement.
Yeah, there's obviously, there's specific numbers that you saw in the budget that you've asked staff to get back to us on. So
right,
they-
but if
you
we're gonna
will.
be making decisions tonight, it'd just be helpful to know, like,
So I think, what have you not heard? So $60 million, and that's it, in the general fund, right?
So for the contingencies, and you're saying, when I asked you, at the same thing as the reserves, you said yes?
So our reserves are in our operating contingency.
One and the same, it's just nomenclature.
For the latter part, yes.
You mean
Yeah,
for the whole world
simplicity's
except
sake,
for
yes.
you?
Chief Delgadillo is adhering to local budget law
Yes.
terminology, which is important. in
Yes,
this
I'm trying to make that
context.
clear
And I'm trying to
distinction.
translate
because-
this for lay people.
When you say it's
Yeah.
the same as reserves, within
Yeah.
that contingency, there are also reserves, but they're included in that total number.
Yes.
So there's a bucket with 61 million of it, and there's a smaller bucket within the 61 of 50,
Which sits right there in the general fund. Yes.
right? And then,
Within the same budget.
and you're saying for the special, for the reserve, for the special revenue and the other funds, there's a separate set of contingencies?
with the other funds, yes, there are. And I don't know the dollars off the top of my head, but I can certainly go back to the budget book tonight, a little later, and be able to provide some clarity on that. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'll turn it over to Dr. Proctor. Yeah.
All right. Good evening.
You have the best job because you get to talk about $9 million extra dollars. What do we get to do with it?
What
right?
do we get to do with it?
All right, let's hear it. This is good news.
So with that, if we go to slide number 11, yep. So, what I want to share, and in light of this new information, with the increase of this fund balance identified in the previous slide, we're presented with a number of options, right? So one option could be to leave it in the reserves, or two, to make further investments based on feedback that we've heard from the board and from the community and our constituents. So what you see presented here on the slide is a number of opportunities for consideration, along with some reasoning to support the broader why, or the benefits to students, benefits to staff and schools. Some of those potential investments provide opportunities in the following areas. We could, for example, provide free meals for all students. We could increase staff allocations for Title, CSI, and TSI schools, plus middle schools. As special education positions, due to a recent increase in eligibility for special education services, we can add additional FTE to meet our new enrollment of special education students. We could support school impact, schools that are impacted by the Southeast Guiding Coalition enrollment balancing process. We could fund the charter pass-through, which was voted on, and we could also fund proposed increases for labor and increase, or we could also, again, back to the original, apply it back to the fund balance up to 7% or that full $9 million.
Dr. Proctor, if I may, I think it'll be important to clarify for directors, in fact, from this list of possible further investment opportunities, we've already heard direction from the board on the charter school pass-through. So you could just subtract $600K off the top.
Yeah.
And we really don't have the option on special education services.
That's
if there's
right.
a legal obligation with IEPs, that 1.5 will fund the necessary 13 FTE in special education. So we'll need to subtract that 1.5 as well. Now the rest, those are up for your discussion.
That's right. That's right. Yep. So with that, and in sharing some of these options and possibilities, they can, of course, be, inserted in your discussions later on regarding trade-offs and what are some possibilities there. So at this time, I'm going to turn it back over to Norberto.
Thank you, Dr. Proctor.
Thank you.
As we go on to the next slide. Thank you. So conversely, thinking about the trade-offs, Dr. Proctor walked us through opportunities and considerations for the extra fund balance. And conversely, when we take a step back and assess the universal trade-offs for mitigating what's, in essence, a version of deficit spending and preserving the fund balance at 10%, we would be limited to using approximately $18 million of the fund balance. So if we wanted to stick to 10%, if we're at close to 12% right now, that 2% difference would mean $18 million. So our fund balance would go from $100 million to $82 million. Knowing that we have a gap of $40 million. So once you apply the $18 million, that would leave the remaining gap of $22 million. So even after the proposed reductions that have been presented earlier throughout the process, we would still have $22 million to close, to close a gap. So to close that remaining $22 million would translate to identifying about a 3% reduction across our school district. to make up that $22 million. And so in thinking about all the variety, all the different conversations, trade-offs, opportunities, this is another component to the conversation as well. And so I want to pause, see if there's questions on this before I move on to the
So
next.
I just want to clarify for those watching, this is not a proposal that's being put forward. It is an illustrative slide to say that if we were going to keep our fund balance at the 10% board policy level, we would need to be making additional cuts in addition to what's already in the proposed budget.
Correct.
But again, superintendent is not proposing this and the board is not proposing this, so it's an
Correct.
illustrative slide.
The way you framed it, Vice Chair Scott, is exactly right. We were asked, what would it take
Yeah.
to stay at 10? This is just for illustrative purposes.
For-
So going back to that previous slide, then that would presume that we would be okay maintaining at a 6% contingency versus even going up to what the other slide said as the 7. So we would have to remain comfortable at the 6%, and then that's how we actually get the 9 million.
Correct.
But if we want to stay at 10%, then we as a board would have to direct the superintendent to cut an additional 3% from the budget than what's already been proposed.
Because this is kind of a unfortunate coincidence of numbers here, but the amount of money that we have, the current budget proposal already takes from reserves and invests this year is 40 million.
Yep, that's what the proposed budget, yes.
Well, I don't support going to 10%, because coming out of the pandemic, to me, I think the more resources we can get to the classroom, the better. I don't know why we're looking at this slide.
But what's important about this slide, you're saying why we have this, what's important about this slide is just to remind people how much of our reserves we are already using to balance the budget. Because I think, honestly, some of the communications I'm having, people don't understand that the superintendent's proposed budget already, $40 million is the number, right? Already takes $40 million of one-time spending. The policy question before us is, do we want to go higher than that or lower than that? And what are the trade-offs? And going back a slide or two, I think you're doing, and now with the additional $9 million, that's great. And I think that's also the question we're going to want to get to tonight.
Correct.
I want to get to public comment because we have people here,
Yep.
but are there any other, and we're going to have lots of time for board discussion, so lots of time for questions and answers. Any immediate clarifying questions from these slides from board members before we move on?
Just a reminder of the 2 dates we have ahead of us.
I think the next slide is just that quick reminder that as we've had these conversations over the past few months and been answering questions, we continue the budget conversations today, knowing that we have some important agenda items to continue tonight. And so as we continue to work towards May 24th, which is next Tuesday, and approval and subsequently June 14th adoption, is really staff is looking forward to receiving feedback from the board as we consider these conversations and guidance as developing and providing a budget that'd be ready for approval.
Thanks. And just as a clarifying question, I'm sorry to get a little bit in the weeds on this, but just so our board and public understand Oregon law around this. So again, there's 2 stages to this. There's actually 3. The first stage is the proposed budget, which we've already passed. This next stage is the approval of the budget, which is not the final adoption, but it is the approval of the budget. It goes to the Tax Supervising and Conservation Commission, which we can talk about if somebody wants to, but it's kind of arcane. And then it comes back to us for final adoption June 14th.
Correct.
And so we can make, and this is what we're going to get to later, the board can direct changes or amendments as part of the approved process, can also direct changes and amendments as part of the adopted process. The only caveat is that in the adopted budget, you can't change a fund, you can't increase a fund by more than 10%. So there's a little bit more limitation in that adopted budget than there is in the approved budget. No. You can't, between the approved and adopted, you can't increase a fund by more than 10%.
But afterwards,
Next fiscal year, you can come back and do more.
As an amendment,
Right,
yeah.
right,
Yeah.
as
And
an
the
amendment.
distinction that as approval, the board is serving as the budget committee, and then an adoption serving as the board.
Yeah, we happen to be the same body for
Yeah,
both, but
yeah,
it's a
yeah.
good distinction. Any clarifying questions on the slides?
I think that's our staff recap. That's updated information, which I think changes the dialogue. We didn't spend a whole lot of time on the alternative because we didn't we didn't have appetite. We heard from the board on that, and certainly it wasn't our proposal, knowing what the needs are in our schools. So, but tonight we look forward to hearing further discussion from the board, and I know public comment and CBRC next.
Great,
And-
thank you.
And just to clarify, this was the last unknown that we knew could come in before we concluded our budget process, both the revenue numbers from the state and then the district's own internal reconciliation on the expenses side. So now we know where we stand, and there are no further unknowns other than sometime down the road, potentially FEMA
Yeah, I
reimbursement.
mean, ODE and some other aspects, there could be additional updates that are unannounced or not part of the process. But when we think back to our big changes, and this May reconciliation is like that last big piece of information.
Yeah,
There would
so-
only remain the closing of the school year of the books in June, so there might be some nominal amounts there.
So I just want to flag one thing that's an unknown, and I don't know how much we'll know, but there's a fair amount of uncertainty in Southeast Portland in the schools just because of the boundary changes. So some students have the option to transition earlier into other schools. So for example, if in the Southeast, if it's approved that we move one program to another school, sometimes students have an option to go to that school earlier, or they may just decide to opt out of the program altogether. And so I guess I would be interested in any significant changes that we can determine, because I know just from talking to people in neighborhoods that people are making decisions right now, and just based on things that are happening and with boundary changes and program changes, that we're going to see a much higher degree of uncertainty, I think, in Southeast, some of the most impacted Southeast schools. And just, I want to put that on the table so that we keep our eye on that and taking care of those schools.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Superintendent, and thank you, Chief Delgadillo, Dr. Proctor, Dr. Adams, appreciate that. Next, we're going to move to public comment. In order to make sure we hear from as many communities as possible, we're going to make sure each school has a chance to be represented at least once. And once we've gone through all schools who have a community member wishing to speak, we'll go back for another round of speakers. We may have more people that want to speak tonight than we have spots, but we're going to do our best to get through as many people as we can. I think, are there a lot of folks from Glencoe tonight? Raise your hands from Glencoe. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm glad you're here. With that, oh, and then following public comment, we are going to, as I mentioned at the beginning, receive a report from the Community Budget Review Committee on the proposed 22-23 school year budget and local option levy. Back for more Q&A with the board. Before we move on to public comment, just a few reminders. Please make sure when you begin your comment, you clearly state your name and spell your last name. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to provide comments. We ask that you please honor that limit so that we can make as much time as we can to hear from as many people as we can. You will hear a sound after 2 minutes, which means it'll be time to conclude your comments. Just wrap up your thought. And with that, Ms. Bradshaw, would you go ahead and call up the first speaker?
Yes.
And actually, Ms. Bradshaw, is it possible to call up 2 at a time?
We can.
Just so we reduce the trend, just get 2 people to testify?
Yep.
I know I'm throwing you a curveball, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we had been calling just one because of the space at the desk for
Let's
non-related
stick with
parties.
that, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay.
One at a time.
Can you call two so the next person's ready on deck? So
Sure.
they don't come down, but they're like prepared.
Sure. So we have, first we'll have Suta Hara, and then after that we'll have Juliana Matchell.
Great, thank you, welcome. And again, just go ahead and state your name and spell your last name, and we'll start the timer.
Okay. My name is Suta Hara, Hara, and I'm totally not prepared. I just signed up because I just felt it was important to at least speak out. I am a teacher at Beach Elementary, and a couple of weeks ago, a mother from Beach came and spoke, and I tried to sign up then, but I just feel like there's this huge disconnect between, what's we're hearing and the action that we're seeing, and it just makes me so sad. And, thank you, Julia, for being up there and really standing up for us. And you too, Herman. I mean, there's just a huge disconnect. I mean, you guys, I know I don't pretend to understand any of this stuff about the budget and money and all this kind of stuff. But, the trade-off, you're talking about trade-off. It's like, it's the kids. It's not just our jobs and it's the kids. Like, even with all the teachers staying next year that are going to be gone, it's still not enough. Even with the teachers staying, I mean, we still need more. I mean, if you guys are in the classroom at all, I mean, it's like you're so disconnected from what's happening inside each classroom and with the teachers and with the kids. And seriously, this second grade class at Beach, I mean, it became a second grade mix. And I was like, oh my God, that just doesn't make any sense. But for size, they were like, okay, we just have to try to, split it up. And it's a disaster. I mean, one of the teachers is next to me. And I mean, every single day, and I mean, it's probably not even the worst situation, but every single day this year, she has had kids, fighting each other in first and second grade. Anyways, I know my time's up. I'm so glad everybody's here to speak up, but yeah, please understand that we are talking apples and oranges here, guys.
Thank you.
So Juliana Matchell, and then up next will be Samantha Anderson.
Good evening. My name is Juliana Machel. The last name is spelled M-A-C-H-E-L-L. I'm a parent of 2 children at Glencoe Elementary. I had something prepared to say this evening, but I'm going to scrap it in favor of taking into account what I've heard here this evening. Most importantly, what I heard from the teacher who spoke just before me. Thank you so much. As she said, I understand you all are facing unanswerable questions right now in unprecedented times, but I ask you to really connect with what's happening in the classrooms. I'm a mental health professional, and I really value the emphasis that's being placed on our children's mental health right now, but the reality is that without adequate staffing in these classrooms, that's going to be putting out fires that are going to ignite and are going to enlarge by the time these children are 3 or 4 years along from now. If you invest now in getting back the positions that have been lost, I remember from one of the questions that was asked last week, what is it going to cost to get back the 89 positions that have been lost? It's $10.3 million. That is 0.5% of your overall budget. That is 0.5% that could ensure that our children's futures are secured going forward. I understand enrollment is going down, but we need to build it and they will come. This is really, really important. Your proposed class averages are 21 for grades up through 3. My school, Glencoe Elementary, that's going to be 33. We are not the only school in this position. I believe it was Director Holland's reference. We need to get on top of these 9, I'm not sure whether it was classrooms or 9 schools, now, not act reactively afterwards. If we can invest now, we can make a difference. Let me show you what the difference looks like. Could numbers 1 through 21 please stand up? This is your proposed class average for next year. Could numbers 22 through 33 also be held up? This is what it looks like out there. This is why teachers are crying. We need to change this now, not act reactively. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Could I just ask a clarifying, what grade level?
My children are both in grade levels that are going to be in impacted classrooms next year. My children are in grades 2 and 4, entering grades 3 and 5.
Okay.
They're both going to be in classrooms of projected averages well over 30. And this, again, this is not just Glencoe.
Yeah, and again, the data I have is from a few weeks ago, so I can ask staff for clarification. I just want to make sure that we're operating with the same information, that it looks to me like 3rd and 5th grade are 30 and 32. Yeah.
Okay.
Which at Glencoe. And the other grades, though, are 21, 22, 22, and 21.
Okay.
So again, we've got some surges going on there, right? But
right, but
But
the
I
point
think
still remains.
One of the things we've heard from the superintendent, I think we're going to talk about later, is also what, and I think it's exactly some of the questions my fellow board members asked earlier that we put in the part, is like, for those classes that are right at those maximums, what are the additional supports, right? Do we bring that down by 1 or 2, which we can do? Do we add educational assistance, et cetera? Is that what the Glencoe community is asking for?
No, we want our teachers back. And the reality is that
No, I'm sorry, I put both of those on the table, like bringing class sizes down maybe adds a teacher, right, adds a classroom.
Correct. Yeah, and
Okay.
it would be lovely if we were given an educational assistant, but I know that in times past, when our classrooms have reached over the maximum size, that's never been provided. So I don't see that as a likely scenario. And I understand it's only 2 grades in my school, but we're not an underrepresentation of what's happening here. There are other places like that. And, 2 grades in one school is still too much.
Yeah, I think, and again, I want to make sure we've got time for other people to testify. So, but I think one of the things we've heard from staff is that when you look district-wide, I don't remember if it's maybe 9 classrooms that are sort of at those maximums. And so I think it's a different policy question, whether we're looking to reduce class sizes throughout the entire district everywhere, which is very expensive, versus looking to reduce class sizes at specific targeted classrooms, which I think is what I hear you're asking for.
Right, absolutely. Yeah. Yes, please.
Thank you.
Please.
I appreciate your testimony.
Bring us closer to that average.
Yeah.
We'd really cheer you on.
Thank you for your testimony.
Samantha Anderson, and then after that will be Christy Split.
Thank you. My name is Samantha Anderson, EINARSSON. I am a 2nd grade teacher at Whitman Elementary School. And I had nothing planned, but I just saw a great scenario to teach from. So I thought I would just use that. I saw a teacher, well prepared, sitting here with this amazing lesson, PowerPoints. It was all going to be great, delivering it to the 7 students here, right? And delivered the lesson, very confident, felt it went great. And many students did not understand what was delivered. So, do you think that even just adding 10 more students, that would make his job easier to re-explain? I instantly saw he's getting a small group with Julia. That's a small group pull-out session with Julia because she is not understanding this budget. And then Andrew was like, oh, I've got it. Okay, let's give him enrichment because he's already understanding this content. So do you think adding 10 more students, because that's only 17. That's not even getting to your close max of what you want. Then adding 20 more students, and then you have somebody coming in late, so now you have to re-deliver that lesson and re-explain the budgets. So I just thought it was a really good example of even if the class sizes were 7, it's really hard. And we still have to reteach no matter how well we prepare a lesson. That's it.
Christy Split, and then after that will be Andrea and Attilia Lehman.
I was just saying that last one is just pandering to the chair.
Temporary chair.
Good evening. For the record, my name's Christy Split. That's split like banana split, SPLITT, though, 2 T's at the end. I am a mother to a 1st grader at Hayhurst Elementary School. I also have a 4-year-old who will be at Hayhurst in a couple of years. And this year I'm the PTA president at our school. I'm also familiar to some of you because I coached Constitution team for 12 years at Lincoln High School. I have loved Portland Public Schools far before I became a parent to public school kids. So what I wanted to share today is that this year I've spent a few or more hours each week trying to fill the gap between our staffing and our school needs at Hayhurst. I'm proud of the many parents who have stepped up. We've had parents every day staffing lunch and recess, and as of a couple months ago when it was allowed in classrooms, helping us support our kids and our staff. I have seen firsthand, those other parents have seen firsthand, that we need more educators in our schools not less. I want to let you know that we are a Southwest Portland school, but we are not necessarily what you expect. We are 40% underserved students. Many of those students live in Stevens Creek Crossing, which is a 122 unit home forward facility in Southwest Portland. And so we also have 2 district special education classes at our school. Those are high need students, and we're happy to support them. We love having them, but it comes with special needs. Now, what I want to share is that those projections that we've all been talking about for the past few months drop us from 40% underserved to, I think, 38% underserved. And that costs us an assistant principal. That's right, a few kids cost us an assistant principal. I am in our school, our assistant principal and our principal are busy every day dealing with behavioral challenges that they've never seen before in their careers. They don't have time to do anything else but deal with behavior issues. And we're going to take one of those 2 grown-ups away because of a handful of students moving on to middle school. It's a dramatic change for us. When Superintendent Guerrero's recent budget changes came out, I was so excited. I saw the news, and we had no changes. We're losing a kindergarten teacher, we're losing a 1st and 5th grade teacher, and we're also losing an assistant principal. I'm there almost every day, and I can tell you, we can't afford it. It's an emergency in our schools now. And by the way, when I see the ideas for spending that possible $9 million or $6.9 million, I don't see anything that would help our school. And so I hope that you'll think of all the schools in the district when you're making these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Do you want to say your name? Me first. Hi. My name's Andrea Lehman, and this is my daughter, Ottilia. She goes by Tilly. Last name is Lehman. And we wanted to share a few thoughts with you today. You want to go ahead? Let me go first. She's nervous. So, you know, when we first were talking about increasing class sizes, and I want to mention that I'm speaking about Glencoe, but I really want the message to be heard about the schools in all districts facing large class sizes. Tilly is a 4th grader. She'll be in 5th grade next year and be in one of those classes with 30 plus children. When I first mentioned that her class may be that large next year, her first reaction was fear. We've talked for 2 years about kids needing to keep space from one another, and now we're redacting that. You won't even let 2 people come up to speak to you tonight because of space requirements, but you're going to put 33 kids in a classroom. Her fear was around COVID. How am I going to keep myself safe, Mom? How am I going to keep my personal space, Mom? And I have no answer to give her. Her classroom is already tight with her 20 some odd children. I can't imagine what 33 looks like. So it's a safety issue. It's a mental health issue. These kids have gone through 2 years of trauma, and now we're asking them to adapt and adjust again. It's also an academic issue. Kids are behind academically from these last 2 years. They're behind socially. We need to invest more, not less, in our kids and our teachers and our schools in general. If enrollment is the issue, how do you expect parents to want to return or enroll in PPS when class sizes are 30 plus? It feels like we're pushing people out of public education. And the children that are going to be most impacted are those that have some special needs. My child is on a 504 plan. She has dyslexia and a learning difference. She is bright, kind, and helpful and wants to learn. This year, her 504 plan was put into place, and her teacher reports she's finally growing in confidence in herself and confidence as a learner. If these class sizes of 30 plus, she's going to be lost. There's no way her accommodations can be enacted in a class size of 30 plus children. I ask you as a parent, what would you do? Would you risk the gains that she's made in this year to be wasted next year in a class size where she's lost? It's unkind, and it's such a traumatizing choice that you're asking parents to make. Do you have something to say, hon? What would you like to say? Speak in.
I would just like to add on to the space in the classroom. It's already really big for us, or small for us fourth graders. And if you're going to add like 12 more kids into the class, it's going to be too small of a space for all of us to fit. And it's going to be kind of hard for all of us to learn what she's talking about or he's talking about, because it will be difficult for everybody to know what they're talking about, like if they have trouble learning. If they have trouble learning or a difference, it would be hard for them.
This is the face of the children you're impacting negatively by these budget choices. So please consider that district-wide, but also at Glencoe. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes who we have signed up tonight.
That's everyone who signed up? I guess, yes, we'll move on to CBRC, but is there anyone else who's interested in testifying tonight before we move on?
Thank you. My name is Moira Finnegan. My last name is spelled Finnegan. This is my 11th year in special education in PPS. I've worked at many schools, kindergarten through post-high school transition services. I'm here because I'm very concerned about the cuts to special education that are planned for next year. While the overall student population in PPS is expected to grow, the number of students needing, while the overall student population in PPS is expected to decrease, the number of students needing special education support is actually projected to increase. Let me give you some specifics. In January of this year, our annual count of special education students came to 7,164. Since then, we have added 136 more students to our caseloads, and we have about 900 students who are waiting for a special education evaluation to be completed. That means that we could start next year with over 1,000 more students who qualify for special education, and yet special education staff are being cut. Next year, 17 schools will have cuts to special education teacher positions. This includes learning center teachers and intensive skills classroom teachers. The cuts will happen at the following schools: Fabian, Lane, Access at Vestal, Access at Lane, King, Skyline, Grout, Rosa Parks, Southwest Charter, Ivy, Beaumont, Sitton, Gray, Harrison Park, Ockley Green, Ida B. Wells, Irvington, and Tubman. We are also losing 4 speech-language pathologist positions next year. These cuts include the loss of a specialist on our feeding team. We have students in the districts with serious medical issues who can choke or draw food or liquid into their lungs when they eat or drink. Cutting this feeding team position puts our most vulnerable students at risk. These cuts also mean that our speech-language pathologist, who's working with high-need students at Pioneer, will start the year with 61 students when she should have no more than 50. There are many schools that aren't facing special education staffing cuts next year, but they too are struggling to meet their students' needs and keep their students safe. We need more support for our students, not less. I want to urge you not to make any cuts to special education next year. I know it's difficult making budget decisions, but I am convinced there are better places to find savings in the budget than cutting special education. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Finnegan. Did I see another hand over here? Yeah, please come on down.
Hello all, my name is Joanne Shepard, S-H-E-P-A-R-D. I work at Whitman Elementary. It's good to see all of you again. Director Scott, student rep, superintendent. I'm ad-libbing this evening, so I'm gonna try and keep it quick. I would like to first talk to all the people in the room that are people of color. So if you identify as a person of color right now behind me, I don't envy the position that you're in. And I want to recognize and acknowledge that the position you're in right now, a place of power, right, for our entire city. And there's just so much judgment, and the decisions you're making have so much impact and so much meaning. And I know that as a person of color, I just want to say that, like, I know you're not sleeping well. So I hope you're taking care of yourselves. I hope that you have a community that you're connected to and that you're listening to. And, be well. And I wish you the best. With that said, I'm gonna also say you're wearing some nice suits. And I've never worn a suit that nice. I don't know how much they cost. I'm not just speaking to you three either. I know there are people behind me in nice suits. And when we talk about budgets, it's real hard for me to take this budget conversation seriously when I know how much money people in this building make versus how much money I make versus how much money my colleagues make. We gotta talk about budgets, talk about salaries. Who's getting a pay cut? I'm not asking for a raise. I'm just asking for the people in my building to still be able to serve kids. I'll leave it at that. Don't cut special education. Like the person before me said, that's just a huge mistake. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Shepard.
Dr. Scott. I'm not going to say nothing to that because I appreciate that young lady coming up and saying everything that she said, and I agree with it, and I'm a volunteer. No, but I wanted to give the soup an opportunity to bring clarity, because as I was looking at the thing, and one of the things that I heard him say earlier is that we're adding money to special ed because we realized that after looking at the numbers, we saw we had more people, more IEPs. We saw that we had more 504s. And based on the numbers of what we saw coming in, we saw that there was going to be a need to add to the special education budget. So as I understand it, we've already taken that into consideration. We've already taken in that we don't need cuts, and we're actually going to add money. And I felt like this might be a wonderful opportunity for the soup to speak to that, so that we can sort of shine some light on this, and we can stop all the mutter about SPED being cut, and folks can stop coming up to the table to say, please don't cut SPED and stop cutting SPED, because we've already looked at that and we ain't gonna be cutting SPED. And so if I'm wrong, then this is an opportunity for the soup to say, hey, slow down, Director Green, you're going too far. Somebody turn his mic off. We are going to be cutting. We just not going to cut as many. And then we can actually talk about what that actually looks like. But as I understand it, we're going to be adding to the pot. And so here we go. Let's go, team.
Good student, Director Green, in checking for understanding. So who better to speak to the topic than our Senior Director, Jay Buno, for special education. So our staffing levels, we have a legal obligation. Our students have rights under IEPs to make sure we provide them the services they need. But I'll let Mr. Buno provide a more up-to-date explanation.
Yeah, good evening. Sorry, it's on. Good evening. So yes, all year since we made the initial projections into the staffing levels that we would require for next year based on the numbers of students that we had, we've been monitoring and tracking our initial evaluations, our students that have been transferring in, and initially had proposed to make some adjustments, and then as we have had needs change, we are responding to them and going back and ensuring that we're adequately staffed to support the numbers of students we have in each one of our schools. And so, as was discussed before, we're going to be looking where we have needs and ensuring we have the right amount of staff to support those needs. So that does increase or change what was originally discussed.
So
I think what they're trying to get to is, are we cutting or not cutting? So
and also specifically, how many FTE does that 1.5 million
Right.
add back? Oh, sorry. How many FTE does that $1.5 million add back get us?
Approximately 13 FTE back.
So 13 more SPED employees than was previously
Proposed, yes.
proposed in the budget proposal. That's new news tonight.
So I'm going to need the one-on-one tutorial here, since I've been identified as the one needing it, because I'm looking at the answers to the questions that I submitted about the central office savings that had been projected, but they actually were savings in special ed. And so there was $2 million in cuts to special ed in the proposed budget. what I understood staff proposed originally. And then I'm looking at this sheet that was provided, and it's 1.5. But so that is still a $500,000 cut, if I'm doing my math. And it's just
yes,
addition,
and
so
let
hopefully I'm
me
not
bring a
wrong.
little clarity. In special education, when we looked at paring back, as stated before, we looked at unfilled positions that we were unable to staff for the year. And then we also looked at that in comparison to the decline in student enrollment. What has happened recently since April 26th is that we have a number of students that are in the queue, if you will, to be evaluated and assessed for special education services. In addition, we are receiving students from outside of PPS who are coming into our system already having an IEP and requiring a level of service, and that is why not only do we have these 13 additional FTE that we are adding, we continue to do the work in the special education department of evaluating, assessing our needs as we get increases of students coming in, and conversely if there is a decrease, right?
Yeah, and I actually have a question about that. So first I wanted to say thank you to Tilly. I think that it's just to put in a note here, obviously this is a very adult dominated space, and to see such a young person coming forward and saying something, I really appreciate that. And I think you're really brave for doing that. So I just wanted to make that recognition. So also just on the point of what Julia was talking about, if we're gonna continue to see a deficit, we are shaving off that 1.5 million, which we're just setting that straight aside to go to special education. If we continue to see a deficit, can we also use that extra money to go back into special education? Is that also something that we're proposing or something we could do?
Yeah, so that really is a great question. And the reality is that we have more students still in the queue to be evaluated, and we actually have what is approximate as an 80% eligibility rate out of those students. So chances are we will continue to add FTE as we continue to assess our students and determine whether or not they require the IEP.
And that money is built into the budget as we have it, or where is that money going to come from?
That money is built into some set-asides and additional funds that we have that is built in totally, so that we can meet the needs. And you want to add anything additional to that? I think that kind of covers.
I'll just.
Yep.
Is that the?
I'll just. Yeah. So it's like, let me come in, but she was. Dr. Parker was on cue, but that goes back to.
IDEA funding.
Right. But there's obviously the national conversation about getting IDA funding fully funded, but from a very tactical perspective, that's where having the operating contingency comes into play. And that's like, hey, wow, guess what? We need more FTEs. We need to go. So that's like the benefit of keeping it readily available is to support this.
It's kind of like the cushion that we have built in the event that we need more FTE, not just for special education, but if we see an overall enrollment increase, for example, in the fall. Mm-hmm.
So thank you. Did you get your question answered?
I just need them to say it out loud,
Yeah.
so that it went on the record. My whole job is to get stuff in the public eye.
Great. So I just wanted to give one last opportunity before we close down public comment. I know we had some volunteers. Anybody else interested in public comment? Going once? Oh, well, I was going to say, wait, didn't you speak? No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. If we can do it in 30 seconds, then we want to move on to the.
Do it from there, so it's on the.
Yeah.
It's being recorded and broadcast on YouTube.
Just to connect the disparate dots between special ed and classroom teachers, we're talking about not losing special education resources. We're talking about implementing IEPs. We're talking about implementing 504s. As Tilly herself told you, classroom teachers are the boots on the ground in terms of implementing these things, and if we don't have adequate ratios in the classrooms with IEPs and 504 plans, there's no point in speaking about who's in the queue to get special education resources. So I just wanted to connect those 2 points.
And I
real
just want to
quick.
make sure we didn't lose the point that actually I think what we heard from the superintendent, already 1.5 million, and I don't remember the number of positions, is being in 13
Yeah,
positions.
for
are being
special
added back.
education,
Right.
but I'm for special education employees. But what I'm saying is that we're needing to look at a broader level at our classroom teachers as special educators as well, because they provide the resources to implement what's written in the 504s and the IEPs in many cases.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Okay, and thank you. Get my script again somewhere here. There we go. So, and thank you, everyone. And please stick around because we're going to hear from our Community Budget Review Committee and then engage in more of this conversation. Yeah, sure. I know they're never going to let me be chair again, just so you know.
Isabel Johnson. I just wanted to give JOHN SON just a quick plug. If you would read the letter that I sent from the collective PTAs, I would so appreciate it.
got
We
it.
have more
Thank you.
PTAs
We did get it
joining
today.
on.
We got it.
And so a lot of people aren't here tonight, but it's really affecting a lot of people. So just a plug for that. Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
it. Okay, so we are going to invite the Community Budget Review Committee to provide their 22-23 budget review and local option review. And I don't know who I'm calling on. Roger.
Chairperson Roger Kirchner. I just want to quick plug. I don't know if this is going to be said, Roger, but the Community Budget Review Committee is a committee that's created by the board, and folks apply for this committee. So if you're interested in being part of budget conversations, we are always looking for excellent folks. We've got Miss Renee Anderson here, who's one of our diligent committee members and who's a lot of fun to be around and ask great questions. Roger Kirchner is the chair this year, and he's been on the committee, I think, since time began. Roger has given most of his life to PBS as a volunteer, and we appreciate him. The Community Budget Review does work sessions with the board, engages in a lot of ways, and I had the privilege to serve on the CBRC back in the day, and so I'm glad to hear the thoughtful way, and here I am. So maybe somebody from CBRC wants to step up and run for the board one day too. So it's a great opportunity. So those of you who are passionate and who are here and who are invested in the budget process, this is a great opportunity to look at to continue to weigh in on these big decisions before us.
Yeah, and additionally, if you have students at home as well, there are student positions on the CBRC. So if you've got someone at home who's really zealous about, getting involved with the budget as a student, that would also be great. So.
Great. Nice plugs. Thank you. Take it away.
I guess, what? Yeah. Oh, okay. We just got change of directions. Some, to Mr. Vice Chair, Directors, Superintendent. My name is Roger Kirchner. It's spelled Kirchner. I just was told that I should read the local option levy report first because we have a member who's en route. So the Community Budget Review Committee, CBRC, conducted a general review of Portland Public Schools, PPS, expenditures of the local option levy funds approved by voters in November 2019, measure 26-207, mandates independent citizen oversight to ensure tax dollars are used for purposes approved by local voters. The review period for this report is expenditures from the prior school year, fiscal year 21-22. CBRC examined levy data to determine the use of funds in the following areas: help maintain and lower class sizes that permit more individual attention to students, help to support well-rounded programs with enrichment for elementary and middle grades and electives in various interest areas and disciplines for high school students, and provide funding equivalent to at least 825 teaching positions initially projected. The findings are: CBRC finds that for fiscal year 21-22, that all levy funds are being spent as approved by voters. With respect to the use of levy funds for maintaining teaching positions, PPS has received $99,269,534 as of April 1st, 2022, from Multnomah, Washington, and Clackamas counties. Based on the 21-22 receipts, an average teacher cost of $116,883, that's salary, taxes, and benefits. Levy funds will support approximately 851 teaching positions for fiscal year 21-22. This meets the levy goal of at least 825 teaching positions. At the same time, last year, the levy funded approximately 873 teachers. With the help of the levy, funding PPS has been able to maintain smaller class sizes than would be the case with state funding alone. Appended to this report is a summary of how many teachers were funded by the local option levy at each school for 2020-21 school year. The levy is also designed to help support teaching positions and classroom support at every school in the district. Since the levy was renewed in November 2019, the following actions have been implemented by the district to begin providing additional support as a result of added staffing outlined above. Represent approximately 1/3 of all teaching positions in Portland Public Schools, teach core classes as well as enrichments for elementary and middle grades, and electives in varied interest areas and disciplines for high school students. Teach career and technical programs and STEM programs, including computer science education and college and career readiness skills. Provide specialized academic support for students in areas such as reading and math. Effective fiscal year 13-14, PPS established a procedure adopted for federal stimulus funds, which was accepted to the federal government, whereby levy funds are placed in a sub-account within the general fund and can only be used to pay teachers' salaries and benefits. This provision was written into Measure 26-207, explanatory statement, and is part of the current levy language. The local option levy funds for fiscal year 21-22 have been deposited in this sub-account. Finally, the levy language continues to require individual community oversight to ensure that tax dollars are used as approved by local voters. The PPS Board of Education has appointed CBRC as the community oversight body to perform this function. CBRC would like to take this opportunity to thank the voters for providing this vital funding source to Portland Public Schools that will help ensure that our students continue to receive benefits from the additional teachers, lower class sizes, and rich classroom offerings afforded as a result of the local option levy. The local option levy helps mitigate the state's failure to adequately fund K-12 education. The following CBRC members respectfully submit this report to the Board of Education. Myself, Renee Anderson next to me, Lisa Selman, who's the vice chair, and Ilana Wilson, and Parker Myers, who's a student, and Hobbs Waters, is also a student member. And attached to this report is the the graph or chart that gives the individual school breakdown for use of the levy funds.
So I just want to say thank you so much for the diligent work on this, and I do want to highlight, Director Green said, part of our job is to put things out in the public, and 851 teachers in this year were paid for by the levy. So thanks to the voters of Portland, we had 851 teachers, which is a third of PPS's size. I know we got a lot of Glencoe parents. If we didn't have the levy, there'd be 8 additional fewer teachers at Glencoe. So that's a huge amount. So I know that we will eventually be coming out for another levy in the next couple years. And so encourage folks to really think about those impacts. And I liked the last line there. I want to highlight that as well. The local option levy helps mitigate the state's failure to adequately fund K-12 education. And that we need to, that's something we all need to continue to advocate for as well. There we go.
Yeah, and I also want to, thank the Community Budget Review Committee for the report. And I also think it's worth noting, just adding on the thank you to the voters, that, and as somebody who's been a leader in the campaign talking to voters, we have focused on class sizes and supports directly in the classroom. No surprise, that's something very important to our community, and have always been willing to very generously increase taxes and pay the increased levy that a lot of other districts don't pay, so that our students have those 800 students. I will note that whatever that while labor costs do rise, this doesn't have anything to do with our enrollment. So even with enrollment drops, like whatever happens with enrollment, this number is more closely tied to like just what the property tax, the property tax base in the community. So despite losing students, we still have a very strong and growing, but not huge, growing by 3%, I think, this year.
Great, thank you. Other questions about the levy before we move on to the rest of the report? Great. Hey, Lana. Okay, I think we're moving on to the second part of the.
Okay, we've accomplished our purpose. Ilana's right, so.
I'm gonna tell everyone.
He said we were doing the levy first because someone was running late.
Oh my gosh, I wasn't running late. I had to make sure I got my ballot in.
Yes.
Yeah.
She was already here and realized she hadn't put her ballot in.
Excellent.
That would be done in time.
That is an excusable absence.
Thank
We're
you,
totally
thank
fine
you.
with that.
I
So
figured.
go vote. Yeah.
I'm there with you.
Yeah, and we have a division of labor in our other report. Our primary task of commenting and reviewing the proposed budget. I'm filling this role this year over my objections. But so you're stuck with me tonight. Anyway, again, the background and purpose of CBRC is the Community Budget Review Committee reviews, evaluates, and makes recommendations.
Actually, Mr. Kirsch, do you mind if I just add, because we do have your memo, and I know and it is posted publicly. Would you be able to go to the? I'm just thinking the recommendations section.
We could do that, but by doing that, we do not inform the public as to what is on the public record.
Well, okay, I guess I just want to say, it is a 7-page memo, and I do want to make sure we've got a lot of time for Q&A. Since we have the memo and it is posted, so anybody can go read it online, I would be interested if you talked specifically to
we'll go right
to
there.
the recommendations.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
Not observations?
Yeah, recommendations.
Observations lead into recommendations.
Well,
obviously, I will defer to the CBRC in terms of how you want to present the information.
Okay. You want to start with observations there? It's short. It's like 1 page.
Great.
Okay, go.
1.5.
It's fine.
So I'm going to read observations, but before my name is Renee Anderson, Anderson, and I'm going to read the observations, but before I do that, I just want to thank the board members You are amazing because you took on a job with no pay, with no pay, and you are often blamed for things that are not your fault. So, and I want to specifically say, you don't hire and fire people. I just want to put that on the record because I've heard a lot of people get upset with the board for doing things like that. And so thank you for doing it. And now I will read the observations. We believe the budget demonstrates substantial support for the 4 board goals for PPS. With the principal reductions in enrollment and associated funding allocations in fiscal year 2023, we acknowledge the board's, oh shucks, just a minute. Just 1 second. Okay, that's better. The board's commitment to continue previous targeted investments, improve class sizes in K-8, and reduce the impact on schools experiencing large K-5 enrollment losses. This enhanced program will be accomplished through the use of all funds in the general fund, SIA, and ESSER grant funds to ensure that all PPS continue on a path of growth and acceleration. This year's budget, this year's application of critical analysis from staff of budget changes with specific lens of the racial equity and social justice process makes substantial progress in helping the community understand the intended impact of budget changes. We have also seen a concerted effort to reflect the diversity of our community and the makeup of central staff, and although this is great, it is not the only component to make the systematic changes needed. We commend PPS for collaborating with a number of community-based organizations that specialize in serving Black, Native, and people of color communities. However, we are concerned about the loss of many Black educators and administrators due to retirement, seeking employment in other districts in and out of the state, and just leaving the education profession last year. We need more detailed information on teacher administration and demographics across fiscal years to better understand the losses and to identify opportunities to not only maintain but increase the number of teachers and administrators of color throughout the district. We also believe PPS has to craft a budget that is focused on investing in historically and presently oppressed students, specifically Black and Native students, in addition to the continued allocation of equity funds and Student Success Act funds. The proposal to target federal relief funds to summer acceleration programs focus on the highest needs population is welcome. However, the summer program cannot fully address the needs of students that include an increase in social and emotional supports for PPS students experiencing trauma, especially since it's only during the summer. According to a recently published report, Consequences of Remote and Hybrid Instruction During the Pandemic by the Center for Education Equity Research at Harvard University, multiple reports have highlighted large declines in students' math and reading achievement, as well as widening the gaps by race and school poverty since the beginning of the pandemic. Additionally, high poverty schools were likely to be remote in all 4 groups of the states. But the gaps, and they talked about these 4 different groups, but the gaps were largest in those states with higher rates of remote instruction overall. Oregon was listed as one of the states with higher rates of remote instruction. It is clear that PPS was unable to address the needs of the students last year due to the pandemic, especially Black, Native, Brown, special education, English language learning students, and students experiencing low economic living conditions. Nor did this improve last year. So I'm sorry, nor is this improving this current year, which was not in the report. We need to direct additional money to support PPS students in the fiscal year 2023 in order to make a significant headway towards academic recovery. And I just want to say, I have more, but I want to say that when I heard Elizabeth and Angela speaking at the last board meeting, I'm with Elizabeth. We're in a crisis situation. It's like we have a hole in the roof, and if a rainstorm comes, we're a mess, right? Well, we got a big hole in this roof. And so we truly need to direct additional money to support PPS students, not just students of color, not just special ed, our children, period. And during the fiscal year 2022-23, in order to make a significant headway towards academic recovery. If we don't do something drastic for that next year, the following year, 23-24, is going to be a mess. That's right. And so it's like the hole in the roof. If you don't do something, you can lose a house. We don't want to lose our kids. So we have to be drastic. We have to be purposeful. We have to give it all we got next year, because our kids are suffering. Our teachers are suffering. Number 4, the equity allocation of 8% of the staffing model at targeted schools has held steady since fiscal year 16-17. We continue to support this investment approach and note that the visibility and the budget book, volume 2, is a valuable tool to demonstrate transparency to the community. However, only providing school-level staff allocations lacks the transparency into intended uses and accountable outcomes that we wish to see. We acknowledge that the district continues to face significant challenges by the pandemic and its lingering effects on enrollment facilities, academic and social, emotional needs of the students, and urge the district to continue to take a do now, build toward approach, which can help the district emerge stronger and healthier than it was prior to the pandemic. In the do now category, we support the use of one-time funds to be used in fiscal year 22-23 for equity-focused activities such as high-dosage tutoring, small group instruction, extended core instructional time in specific grades and subjects, and mentoring and other social-emotional support. In the build toward category, we urge the district to invest in more learning time via extended days or years, intersessions, and ongoing high-intensity tutoring, smaller class sizes, and priority grades in subjects where needs are the greatest, offset by large class sizes elsewhere. Integrated learning systems across live and
asynchronous.
Thank you. And specialize, I didn't put that there. And specialize in advanced high school classes offered online to maximize access and free teachers for more individualized instruction. In sum, we urge the board and the district to use all resources at its disposal to not just fill the holes, but plant seeds for long-time change.
I might add that that observation was written by Hobbs Waters, our student.
Yes.
Okay.
Hobbs, our student. Yes, one of our students. Okay. The proposed reductions to central services are concerning and unsustainable given the current state of our schools. The proposed fiscal year 22-23 budget proposes to cut $7 million in services, including 13 custodial positions. Every time I read that, I'll keep going. It is unclear as to where or why these positions are being cut. The district has been short of custodians and maintenance positions for at least 5 years. As stated last year, CBRC believes the district is under-investing in centralized positions that are designed to ensure schools and students are supported. Additionally, these cuts may run counter to promises made to voters at bond elections. To reduce the strain on valuable resources, the district may want to consider adaptive reuse of currently vacant PPS-owned buildings through partnerships with the city and county as a potential revenue source. And last but not least, testing. Not my favorite thing. While the MAP assessments provide one measure of districts' academic success or failure, CBRC acknowledges the importance of a suite of assessment instruments that help paint a complete picture of students' social and emotional and academic well-being. Such assessments should be conducted in balance with periodic review of grade-level curriculum and varied approaches to ensure PPS is reaching all students and abilities. While committee members had differing opinions, to say the least, on frequency of MAP testing and its accuracy in measuring academic performance, we all agree that the primary focus of the district's efforts should remain on the students.
Now we're to the recommendations.
That's me. All right, so recommendation 1, we recommend additional investment in middle school mathematics, English language arts, and other enhanced learning opportunities to ensure students are reaching high school and graduate readiness. While all students have been affected by the pandemic, the most impacted students were at the middle school level and among Black, Native, and Latinx students, based on the most recent MAP testing data. The proposed targeted investments of one-time federal money may increase progress towards that goal. This investment must also be paired with a longer-term plan and funding to reduce the achievement disparities within historically and presently oppressed students. Recommendation 2. We recommend that PPS continue to advocate for protecting and increasing the K-12 budget for Oregon school districts by achieving the quality education model, QEM, I guess that's how you pronounce it, QEM, thank you, Roger, for knowing that. Class sizes, even with the Student Success Act investments, remain unacceptably high, and in particular, additional state funds could be used to make strategic reductions to class size in certain grades and subjects that demonstrate the greatest need. Yeah, we totally agree. Okay. The Oregon Department of Education Quality Education Model recommended funding level has still not been achieved. While the Student Success Act was a big step in the right direction, the overall investment in Oregon students is still not adequate. The state legislature's reduction of funding for education on account of the federal money received by schools is an unacceptable disinvestment in our schools. While each round of elementary and second emergency relief funds, ESSER 1, 2, and 3, funding has and is helpful to eradicate gaps caused by the COVID pandemic, CBRC does not favor the practice of using one-time funds for ongoing expenditures, as tempting as that may be. We understand that because of the pandemic's impact on students, these funds are absolutely crucial at this point, and we urge the board to address systems that harm historically and presently oppressed students. We encourage PPS to do more community engagement regarding the ESSER funds to ensure that there is the ability for community to impact which tactics the district chooses to invest in. 3. We recognize that the current budget makes assumptions about the state of school attendance in the fall and beyond, including the number of full-time in-person attendance of all students with potential increases in enrollment for students opting for PPS's online virtual academy, disassociated from their neighborhood school. Given the volatility of the situation we have witnessed over the last 2 years, we commend the district for taking a proactive approach and developing contingency plans with public participation to center historically and presently oppressed populations, such as special education students, to address eventualities. 4, we recommend continued investment in recruiting, supporting, and retaining student-facing employees of color. PPS needs more certified employees, especially social workers and psychologists throughout the district. Students in PPS are experiencing trauma rooted in systems exacerbated by the pandemic, and a 0.5 social worker will not address the needs of students in many schools. We also need more certified employees in special education and English language learning. Additionally, PPS needs more classified staff, including educational assistants, paraprofessionals, security guards, and hall monitors, which will help with the safety and well-being of students. We know the district faces budget constraints, but we cannot afford to lose ground on the early progress we've made. To be clear, Black and Native students will stand to lose the most if we back off on our commitments. Making a deliberate investment in supporting teachers of color who are essential to supporting students and ensuring equity will go a long way towards improving school climate and creating better schools for the future. We recognize that there has been some budget allocation towards the mentoring of new teachers, but we still lack measures of the work being done in this area, whether it is likely to achieve the outcomes we desire, and whether the investment is adequate. We also have concerns about the staff burnout and demoralization that may affect the district's ability to address bringing students back up to level and supporting students as we move out of the pandemic. 5, we understand that a key component of making lasting systemic changes is diversification of the workforce. With that understanding, we want to recommend that PPS ensure that diversification of the district's headquarters is not the end-all be-all. This has to come with systemic and structural change that uplifts both students and staff of color. 6, we note that the state formula for alternative and CBO, which stands for community-based organizations, and charter schools serving some of the district's most historically and presently oppressed students, provides for funding at 80% of the funding level provided to students at other schools. We recommend that the board urge the legislature to raise the formula to 100%, while also proactively increasing the funding to 100% for these groups, no matter what the legislature decides for fiscal year 2022-2023. 7, the budget process continues to be inaccessible and non-transparent to people who are not well-versed in governmental budgeting, which is the vast majority of people. I was one of them, and I run an organization, and it was still really hard. We are encouraged to learn that district staff is already engaged in developing a volume 3 of the fiscal year 2022-23 budget that will develop summaries and focused explanations of budgetary decisions, the intended outcomes, the intended effects, and the accountable outcomes for general audiences. 8, stick with me, I promise we're almost done, kind of. I do my best. I'm like, okay. CBRC is pleased to note that Kairos received a 95% pass-through of state funds because of its student enrollment of 50% or more students of color. We concur the board's action to pass through to all other charter schools 85% of state funds in fiscal year 2022-2023 and 90% in fiscal year 23-24. As cited on page 289 of volume 1 of the superintendent's proposed budget, We are pleased to see the CBO schools will continue to receive 90% pass-through funds as was instituted in fiscal year 21-22. 9. We recommend the school improvement plan be made publicly available for each school. Equity allocations are provided to almost all schools, with plans being made to utilize those allocations to achieve desired improvements. However, those plans and the accountability for tracking outcomes are not shared externally. This undermines our stated commitment to being transparent and making data-driven decisions. We must commit to measuring our progress in quantitative and qualitative ways and enter into honest, direct conversation with school communities about how we will continue to improve. For several years now, including in the current proposed budget, PPS invested $140,000 in the contract with Panorama to administer school climate surveys, the results of which for at least the last several years have not been made available until well after the budget is adopted. We must collect a richer array of information and ensure it is available and used to inform planning and budgeting. 10. Custodial, grounds, maintenance, classified, and nutritional staff have historically been acknowledged as an area that was inadequately funded. Current reports indicate that the district has 70 custodial vacancies and many more in maintenance areas. As stated before, many of the custodial and maintenance levels promised voters, hence work orders accumulate and add to deferred maintenance, now approaching $1 billion for all district buildings. It is the CBRC's understanding that the district has reopened its collective bargaining with SEIU to address these ongoing difficulties. Additionally, there remains a shortage of school bus drivers in every category. PPS must provide competitive and livable wages for these critical workers. The current budget has made targeted investments to improve this disparity. However, we lack the data and standards to understand whether the investments are adequate to support our schools or districts in the near term or to protect the substantial work being done to rebuild our aging schools. Therefore, we recommend that the district identify industry standards for staffing and investment needs and establish a plan to achieve a sustainable level of required work. At the same time, a more equitable distribution of wages and work conditions should be pursued. Lastly, it is recognized that nutritional staff are paid with federal reimbursement pass-through dollars. Board consideration should be given to supplementing their wages by a fixed percentage. Providing students with access to transportation, nutritional food, and clean and safe buildings is essential to their ability to arrive at school ready to learn. 11. We highly recommend the addition of student involvement in how the equity allocation of 8% of the staffing model at targeted schools funds is used at the school level. It is our observation that the administrations are determining how these funds are used, and we recommend that in order to be transparent and ensure that these funds are allocated collaboratively with communities, students are given the opportunity to be involved.
So do you want me to give the closing remarks, or do you want to read them?
I think they can read it.
I think what I would like to do, if CBRC is okay with it, is open it up for any board questions or conversation around your observations and recommendations.
Shoot away.
On the budget. And so with that, I'll just see if board members, and I think this is probably going to feed into our overall sort of comments and questions about the budget and potentially places we want to go, but I'll open it up.
As we begin our questions of CBRC, I just again want to thank the entire committee. I know we all talk about getting the budget and how fast we have to digest it. They have to do it even faster because then they have to get a recommendation to us. So again, they worked a lot of extra hours, had tons of extra meetings, wrote pieces, collaborated online, really worked effectively. So just thank you so much to the committee for all the effort you put in, your willingness to ask hard questions, your willingness to think collaboratively and thoroughly. And I love what you said, Ms. Anderson, about how you didn't all agree on the MAPS testing part, but that you collaboratively came up with a statement to reflect a diversity of opinion. And so again, just compelling and great work from CBRC. So yeah, I think they deserve a round of applause. Director Hollins and I are privileged to be the liaisons to CBRC, so we get to sit kind of as flies on the wall during their meetings and pop up whenever there's a question that we can help answer. So it's great to get to watch you all work. Thank you.
And I'm just going to add, having sat through maybe 9 CBRC reports, this is probably the most thorough in terms of observations and recommendations. And I'm really appreciative that you added the layer of not just we're looking at the budget, we have a specific job to do, but also putting it in the context of, and I think it's because you're all of the community and understand from different angles how the budget impacts us and that how the pandemic has impacted students. So I appreciate that it is sort of hopefully one of a kind report in the context of the pandemic and what needs to be done. But I really appreciate sort of going that step above and beyond to look at what our students need, and again, bringing all the different lenses that you all bring to the committee. So thank you.
This is also, I think, the first CBRC report I've ever heard that doesn't make a main point about the reserves, because we were inching our way back to the responsible place after being admonished by the CBRC for many years in a row. And now that we're looking at bringing those reserves down, I think you see the need at this moment, and that it's a defensible strategy in this very challenging time that we're in right now.
And we thank you for doing that.
The board has been very responsive. There's been 2 board members. Former board member Rita Moore was on CBRC for a number of years and was a one-time chair, and Ailey was also a member of, and we were responsible for the board policy that you're now you now have.
That's guiding us.
I was interested in one of your observations, and I know you've made it in prior years as well, around central services, and it's a question that I've asked as well. And you're essentially saying you think the reductions are concerning and unsustainable. One of the questions is around benchmarking, which is hard to do, right? And it's hard to get a sense of, how do we know, right, what the right level of central services are? And as we hear from a lot of families, and I completely understand it, is, in a trade-off, right, between a teacher in a classroom or a central service staff person, they'll say, well, always cut the central service, always. Mm-hmm. And I was just interested in your observations. You say pretty clearly that, you think we've been underinvesting in centralized positions that are designed to ensure schools and students are supported. And anything you want to elaborate on there? Because I think it is interesting. At the same time, we hear that put those resources directly in the classroom. We also hear schools and teachers and families complaining that they're not feeling supported, right? That there's not enough of that sort of support for some of those schools, which again is administrative costs. So I'm just curious your discussions a little bit more about that.
Well, the sentence that we led off with about the announced cuts in custodial is very, very concerning. As most of you know, I volunteer at Franklin High School. That's a building of 300,000 square feet and sits on a 17-acre campus, and it has 2.5 custodians all year this year. And it's never been fully staffed even since it's opened. And the construction was signed off on, and there are project orders that are as long as the building has been occupied, and they're still pending. And so then getting into other positions, I could comment about that if you'd like, but.
I would like to get some clarification on the question that you raised on that, Roger, around the custodians. So the 13 says 13 positions cut there, but it's my understanding that those were unfilled positions and that was carryover, or can you speak to the total number of custodial positions in the
Sure,
budget.
if Dan is here, but if you'll recall, there's still 55 full-time equivalent vacant positions on top of that. So in fact, it would be 68 positions, 13 that don't have personnel in them, for sure. No one is doubting, we've talked about it many times. There's a need to recruit and encourage more folks to join our custodial ranks. We certainly would like to see the service level go up in our school campuses.
I sat on the design advisory group for Franklin High School. That group was promised that the high school would be staffed with 12 custodians. Then we were informed by later that no, it's really 8, and again we're operating with 2.5, and so something's really needing attention. If you're in the school buildings, they're filthy. They're filthy. And teachers are complaining, understandably so.
Yeah, and I think that one of the parts that's really hard is obviously even filling those positions, right? Which is what our superintendent told us. And so that's why this negotiation that folks are in right now is crucial. Because even if we can't fill those all, we should be filling more of them, and that budget's going unused anyways, because they're unfilled. So we need to be paying these people more if we want them to stay. I mean, that goes across the board, but that definitely goes here, and honestly, like, as someone who has hired people and has paid people, I think that if we have that many vacant positions and we expect 2 people to do the job of 12, we need to pay them a little bit more for that. Yeah.
Working on it.
Thank you.
Great. I want to go ahead and transition us into the Q&A portion, and I hope that you all, I'm sure you'll stick around, but also as these questions come up, let us know if you also have sort of questions or part of the conversation. I would love to get your feedback as part of this session tonight, and of course you can always email us afterwards as well. So with that,
Thank you.
yes, thank you very
Yes,
much.
thank you so much for your guys' work.
So board members, as we transition into this next part of the discussion, I want to propose that we maybe make sure we spend some time going back to the menu that was presented in terms of opportunities to further invest in some of these areas with an additional $9 million of funding. And I think as part of that conversation, really talking about what we consider and believe to be an appropriate ending fund balance, it's part of the trade-off here that we've been having throughout this whole process. And that, and knowing that next year we anticipate even greater discrepancies between revenues and expenses. And then also, and I sent out an email about this, but it was just yesterday, just as a reminder on the timeline, we are approving the budget next week and then adopting the budget at the June 14th board meeting. So tonight really is our last opportunity in the approved budget process to make any changes, because again, staff need to, anything we direct them to do, they need to take that and make those changes for the approved budget. There will be an opportunity for the adopted budget, although I would stress if any large changes and sizable things, staff are going to need significant amounts of time to help work that through the system. So we really do need to be putting all ideas that you might have been thinking about or wanting to move forward with need to be on the table as we wrap up. One of the things I used to say at the City of Portland is the budget train sometimes moves fast and it sometimes moves slow, but it always arrives on time. And we will be adopting a budget, on June 14th, and so that is in fact our last opportunity to do so. So I just want to make sure those timelines are on the table.
Can I just maybe suggestion? So we just got this list. I mean, it just appeared, and I'm not even sure whose list this is, and maybe it was like, here's some of the things we heard, but I think it would be maybe worthwhile just getting, like, what else is in the universe besides this, because I have some things that aren't on this list, and it seems like it would be useful to sort of get the universe.
Yes, that is my invitation to board members, is let's put on the table other things in addition to these that
I think the first question is, do we want to, I know I want to spend the $9 million or the $6.9 million we have left, but that's the question that the initial question staff asked us is, do we want to direct staff to spend the 6.9 or do we want to put it towards reserves? My feeling is because we've already said we're comfortable with 6% reserves, we should stick there. But it is a legitimate question of, do we want to put that 6.9 million in reserves, or do we want to spend it this year?
And I just want to, I think you're not disagreeing with one another.
No.
We need to have your conversation.
That conversation, and then once we decide we want to spend it, then we can talk about how.
Hold on just a second. I want to be really clear. What Director Brim Edwards is saying is, in addition to these ideas, which staff I think have very helpfully brought forward, I think it is good for board members if there's something else you want to do, if you want to build a new high school that we haven't talked about, we should probably, put that on the table, right?
Make a giant case for the Cleveland High School 5th place OSAA state band trophy. Yes.
Some of my classmates today were actually saying that I was going to be here, and they were like, "Oh, you should try to get more funding for our band program." So, including your daughter, actually.
So
I agree with Director Lowry that I think it makes sense to have the conversation about our reserves at the beginning, so that when we're talking about the universe of add backs, we know how much we're talking about. I sense that it'll be fairly easy for us to reach agreement on that. But I think that's an easy first task before us.
So if we're just going to be even speaking out, I actually have some questions about other savings in the central office, or just centrally outside the classroom. So I guess I feel like this is getting narrower and narrower. Like, we started with 9, and then all of a sudden now it's 6.5. 6.9. So I actually think we should start with a larger discussion, because that's, instead of getting it narrowed down to like now, now we're just going to decide on the 6.9. So I think we should be having a larger discussion, and then it gets narrow, versus narrow it down before any board members have even had a chance to have had a.
So why don't we go ahead, and if you've got additional either questions or ideas, let's go ahead and get those on the table, and we'll loop back.
And to
I
clarify,
do-
Vice Chair Scott, that this is, these are themes that we heard.
Right.
Obviously, the amounts, the items, those are at the board's prerogative. It's not intended to be an exhaustive list. Except the ones we're obligated
I had
to.
a question about that in regards to what Director Brim Edwards just brought up. So we are assuming that off that 9 million, because of the increase in students that we're seeing with special needs and with IDP plans, et cetera, that we already have to pass the idea of the 1.5. Yes. And then we also already have to pass the idea of the charter pass-through, which we passed a resolution. Correct. Okay, thank you.
And I don't want to confuse things, but it's a little bit of a technical point. Those are expenditures that need to happen. They don't need to come out of the 9 million. They could also come out of other offsets in the budget. So I think what we're hearing from the superintendent is those costs need to go forward. Whether we use them, from this, take them from additional fund balance, make a cut somewhere else, is an open question. It is certainly easiest to take them out of this additional $9 million
I think that's what he was originally trying to get at, is it's easiest if we say this was the manna from heaven, as one director put it to me. That this was that manna that we were talking about when we said, where's the money going to come from? I had faith. And so look at it, it's here. But I do agree. I agree with both. I think the easy thing is to say, yes, spend the money. So that's easy in my mind. Yes, let's get it on the table. We got this 6.9 that we need to talk about. I think we ought to spend it. But then should we be talking about spending more? I think let's put all the stuff out in the miracle world. Let's see what it is, see what it is we're talking about, and then see what rings true to us as a board and where we would like to go.
And I think the reason to do that, I'm going to turn it over to Director Brim Edwards for a couple minutes, is that the question isn't necessarily 6 or 7%, right? It could be 5 or 4. I want to be really clear about the risks there, but I think let's talk a little bit more about. So the other thing I do want to say, it is 8:15. I certainly do not want to shut this conversation short, but I also just want us to think about, I don't want to be having a budget conversation late at night when no one can see it and we're all tired. So I just think keeping focused on let's drive through our points and go from there. So take it away.
Okay, so first of all, I want to thank the superintendent for so many investments in the budget that align with the board goals and what we want for all of our students, and also making adjustments and investments in ways that I think really support and help our students move forward. And I also would support and strongly advocate for these budget additions. And some are teeny, and others are more substantive. But I'm going to start off with the class sizes. Elementary, get it below 30. I think that if you look at the numbers, significantly better since the first time through, but like try and get them all under 30. The middle schools, I can't help but look at those and see sort of the George, the Ockley Greens, with classes over 30, lowering those class sizes at the middle school level and adding just knowing from talking to principals and teachers and parents of middle school students, adding restorative justice and behavior supports in our middle schools so that they're safe learning environments and that our classrooms, that really important sort of catch-up can occur. Special ed, we think we've already talked about that. I'm really concerned that about the cuts that have been made. This is a smaller one, but I would like to have some sort of field trip, equitable field trip and travel fund so that students at all of our schools have that same opportunity to learn outside the classroom, because right now when it's parent funded, it's not equitable, nor do all our students have the same access. And the last one, it's not even an operating budget, it's a capital budget, and that would be that we make the boardroom accessible, ADA accessible, because currently it is not. And I talked to Superintendent Guerrero this morning about that, and it's not a huge investment, but we could walk our talk in terms of at least having our board more accessible. Why do I, when I speak, all of a sudden Jonathan appears?
I just want to say, Director Board members, you perfectly modeled the let's just hit the bullet points. So thank you very much. That was excellent.
Yeah, and just a clarifying question, Director Board members. When we were talking about middle school supports, we already allocated $750,000 of ESSER to target middle school supports like the restorative justice folks, et cetera. Part of the question why that's not been fully fleshed out is because we have our regional superintendent, Margaret Calver, and working with our principals to really identify that kind of list of the categories of additional supports. So I just want to make sure, because I heard middle school classroom size, and then I heard additional support. So in addition to the $750,000 that we're investing.
It was listed as one of the options.
Well,
I
would like to see it, because when I look at the class size and then just going into middle schools, this is like the big issue of just like I say it's the learning environment, it's the hallway environment, it's how are we getting a kid who was in 4th grade when the pandemic started and all of a sudden they're in 6th grade.
Got it.
So
can I add
I'd like to see
that?
a detail that
Sure.
Just briefly to say, I was after I spent most of my morning going to middle schools today. So in some of the schools that we're referring to, I think that it's going to be they just don't have the landmass, the footprint to reduce the class sizes, because if you reduce the class sizes, where are those extra kids going to go? So is it possible to add to the conversation for those in instances like that, where if we can't reduce the class size, what does it look like to add a EA, an educational assistant, in those classrooms? Because if we know that you take Ockley Green, because we've said it a couple times, they ain't got no more room. And so you can't just say, well, we're going to reduce the class, because where are those kids going to go? You don't have another classroom to put them in, and we're not going to extend the day. So can we say in those classrooms, what does it look like? And I only bring that up to think about in the options where we can't reduce class size because it's just not physically possible. What are other alternatives that we can put into play?
And I think that's why we need to customize a support plan, school community by school community, because in some cases there are facility constraints, and others, the need might be different from another school. But we know our middle schools have some challenges, and so, we've already proposed $750,000. Board can decide, we can address class size and also add some more to student supports, but we would have to come up with a package of, well, what does that look like across every middle grade?
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And I guess what I'd like to see is before we before we vote on it, what that actually looks like, if we could do that.
Sorry. Yeah, so I was going to say, it sounds like if staff could provide a little bit more on what already is in the proposed budget around some of these middle school, the restorative justice, behavioral supports, et cetera, I think that would be helpful.
I just want to be realistic that the items that the board starts to surface, if we're going to have our next meeting on Tuesday and you want, we got a lot of work to do in the next 72 hours.
This is actually part of a conversation that we had earlier that I never saw a response to, which was that show us a snapshot of what our staffing looks like in, both an elementary school and a middle school, so that we can see, because they're coming from different revenue streams, their SIA, their ESSER, their general fund. So show us, what that looks like, and especially here, especially in our middle schools.
And was that provided as one of our
I'm pretty sure, yeah. I mean,
answers?
isn't that what this is?
Yeah, it may be. In some of a lot of materials we got, we can go back and take a look at that. Director Brim Edwards, and I want to open up for anybody else who wants to put stuff on there too. On the field trip, on the field trip equity, is that something you're thinking about as a budget amendment, or would that be something we might want to look at from a policy level, which would then be followed by a budget amendment next year? And I just want to make sure we have the right order there.
So I really appreciate that. So, I guess I'm gonna take a page out of your book, like budgets, what was the thing? Budgets always happen on time?
Budgets always happen on time. The train arrives on time.
So, I think there's and we did look at the policy, and actually, we had a first reading, or we were gonna send out a first reading, and, I'm sorry. We were gonna have a first reading on the field trip policy, and as part of the discussion among some board members was, as we were looking at the ones that came through, the ones that we've been approving, just that it's not equitably distributed across the district. So my suggestion would be that we have some placeholder amount so that it's budgeted for, versus having a big policy discussion, having another year go by in which we don't have any equity. And it could be like a pilot fund, that we look at it and see, like, is it the right amount? Is it, too much, not enough? Or is it something other than money? Because that actually could be an issue as well. But I would put at least a placeholder amount to run some sort of pilot this year, because I don't want to go through another year, especially now that schools are opening up and we're seeing more opportunities for students, that we have opportunities for all of our students.
Okay. Am I seeing some general? I'm sort of hear a nod down there.
That was actually on my list. Crazy enough, I ain't talked to her. I was talking to the soup. I asked him the question. He said, that's something for y'all to talk about. I wrote it down like 30, 40 minutes ago.
So that's
about the equity athletic travel budget, because what I don't want to have happen again, me just being me, I do not want Haskins and Diallo telling me again, if you don't raise the money, your kids can't go. Especially when we're talking about kids who never get to travel, who never get to go places. So if there was some way that we as a district can say, we're going to set aside X amount of dollars for an equity-based travel, so that any students or any coaches, seniors or whatever, that are looking to go to nationals or whatever the case might be, we've got an actual allocated pocket of money set aside that they can pull from. And then maybe, because some other students in athletics told me that the swim team don't even get swim uniforms. And so stuff like that. So this funding,
okay,
funny
maybe
enough,
could help with that.
This actually came up for me because we were asked on the policy committee by Chief Garcia to make a list of the T-shirts we were going to try on. And so one of the T-shirts I wanted to try on of what could we do with our school-based fundraising was to say all school-based fundraising has to have an equity component. And could we have a district-wide equity fund that could be used for not just athletics, but I know that, like, my daughter's in band. It's expensive. She has to buy the outfit. They do have to travel. There's all sorts of opportunities for our students. We know our language students do travel. So could there be, so my question is does that go into our budget, or is that something, as we look at our foundation equity and our school-based fundraising equity is that maybe it does come from the general fund, but maybe there's a piece
I'm
that
thinking if
also
it comes from the budget. is what I
comes
was
from
thinking.
all of our
I'm
fundraising.
here. I just want to move us along. I'm hearing a
Yeah,
nod and a
that's
nod.
exactly what I'm
Am I
talking
hearing
about.
some
That can
nods
also
down
be
here?
a both, and I appreciate Director Green, you bringing up the athletics part of it, because field trips is one thing we've been talking about, equitable experiences as part of our middle grades redesign and a lot more experiential learning. So I think, as we move into that, it'll become even more important, but athletics is another piece of that, and I, for many years, have always felt like athletics gets short shrift in our budget, kind of because it's a little bit of an institutional orphan. So I think that's really
And I
important.
think we
I have some
lowball
other
it with
questions
2
about
million.
athletics for
And
later.
just be cool with 2 million, not do anything crazy or anything ridiculous. I say we lowball it with 2 million.
You say 2 million?
2 million.
So
Sorry,
I want to,
Jonathan.
I want to make sure the board looks at an email from March 4th from myself on this topic. So it is true that PIO Athletics does not provide funding for optional field trips, and so I want to make sure that there's a distinction between optional field trips and required field trips. This is in line with board policy 6.50.001. So, and it has more information on it.
Required meaning like you've made it to the state championships or something.
So
Optional
field trips which are
meaning
optional
like you want to
or-
go to a tournament in Arizona.
Correct.
So
If a team is scheduled for an overnight trip or a trip outside of a 90-minute radius, we cover the expenses. We are clear with coaches that any optional trips not scheduled by athletics are extra and communities must fundraise for them. While some community stakeholders and coaches have a strong desire to have teams travel, we cannot mandate they do so. We also cannot mandate that coach travel with the team. For example, many popular basketball tournaments are scheduled to happen over the winter break. This can put a coach in a tough position of choosing between team travel and spending time with their family. I will resend this to the entire board.
So what I think I'm getting enough nods here. What I would like to ask is that staff develop a proposal. I'm a little, 2 million's a lot. When we're talking about reducing class sizes and all the rest of that.
Saying manna can't fall from heaven?
We already got the 9 million. No, what I'm going to suggest is I think there's it sounds like there's the majority of the board that would like the staff to develop a proposal that sort of on what a field trip / athletics equity fund might look like.
Activities. Can we call it activities? Activities equity fund.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
there's
Got
lots
it.
of
Noberto,
lots of different.
you got it?
Can I also just make another point?
Sure.
In 2015, the PIO office implemented village school funding. The purpose was to balance the inequities between schools without booster clubs or that were low SES. Roosevelt, McDaniel, and Jefferson each receive an additional $25,000 financial support annually to support athletic programs at schools. For instance, these funds could be requested to support trips like the Roosevelt girls varsity basketball team took to Orlando to help fill gaps in fundraising. So again, just using that as an example in L4.
Okay, so I want to, again, we've got a lot of issues to talk about. I think we've got staff can develop a proposal that, and I think what's going to be tricky here from a timing perspective is that with the approved budget next week, I think as a board, we need to be ready to approve a budget that maybe has some of the things we've asked for, but they're still working on other things, knowing that we've got a chance in the adopted budget as well.
Right, I want to do my
Because I'm just thinking from a timing perspective, it's going to take staff, a couple days to develop that. And so this is one of the reasons why there are multiple stages in a budget process. So
I want to do my bullet points since Director Brim Edwards did such a good job on her bullet points. I'm really interested in that, like Director Brim Edwards said, middle school investments, whether that is an expansion of some of the wraparound services that you're already doing, Margaret, or like you said, if small classes, there's not enough room in the building, so how do we put more folks there? And then I really would like us to look at increasing the special education budget even further than the 1.5. I'd like to add, at least a little more there, because I know especially I'm at a school twice a week, and I see how hard the sped paras are working and how often they're short-staffed. So if that's sped subs or paras, I really think there's a huge need there. And then the other piece I think is really important, and we've heard this multiple times, is around labor costs. I know that we want to look at our short staffing. We want to make sure we have custodians. We want to respect our nutrition service workers. There's a lot before us. And so I think those labor costs are really important, especially as we look at retaining the people who have stayed and continue to serve PPS, that's an important place for me. I really think that having free food for all of our kids has been vital during the pandemic, and I think that's super important. And if I had to choose between free meals for all students and increasing staffing allocations for our title CSI and TSI schools, I would rank increasing staffing allocations ahead of free food. So if there's a way, I know we're already investing in more fruits and vegetables, more diversity of food, and I think I could take some of that, but I think it's so hard because I think that's important, and I want the federal government to step up, but I'd rather use that $6 million towards classroom staff.
Thank you. So again, I want to go through these and talk about them all, relatively quickly. So again, staff, the goal here is to give staff direction, right, on what to do in the approved budget and what potentially to do in the adopted budget. On the ADA accessible boardroom, do we have ideas on what that might cost? And I guess what I want to put on the table is, for me, that seems like a no-brainer, unless it's a trade-off between an ADA accessible classroom versus an ADA accessible boardroom. And I'm thinking about the pie and how we divide it, and it seems to me that the classroom is more important than the boardroom. But
It's like less than 200,000. What? It's on the sheet.
okay. So can we? Sorry, it's already. And I apologize if I missed it. It's already in our responses in terms of the cost.
The cost, yeah, it's less than 200,000.
Our COO is confirming that. It could be anywhere from 50 to 200K.
50 to 200.
Okay.
But all I can say is if we, I get your point. We already have made a commitment.
Microphone.
Okay. We've already made a commitment that all of our main level buildings in the main levels of all of our school buildings in the 2020 bond will be ADA accessible. So the reason I looked at this is when we had our ADA transition plan, one of the speakers couldn't even access the podium to be able to give their presentation. And we do have the construction excise fund, and we have some other non-bond capital dollars. So I do think we've already made a commitment of, I think it was 55 million in the 2020 bond for main floor accessibility.
This is a main floor.
Yeah.
Bond eligible project.
Well, I think we said main floors of schools. But anyway, it's not a large
We do
amount
have
of
an
money.
architect looking at it right now. Part of the difference or the margin here is that we don't know if there's enough room for a ramp that isn't the degree that you see there that is an ADA, and whether that would need to be a lift instead. And so we're looking at it right now to see if we could get an exact plan, if that's a direction we want to go.
Okay. Are there? And again, I want to go through these. I see
Yep.
Director Holland's writing some notes. Oh, and
Yeah,
student.
yeah.
Representative
All right, I got
Ryan.
my bullet points,
Oh,
so I'm
excellent.
ready.
She is ready to go. All right, let's do it.
So actually, there's a couple of things here that Jackson specifically wanted me to mention, especially with this increase in funding. So SEL support and mental health support, specifically school counselors, psychologists, social workers, and post-high school professionals. So like college readiness counselors and, that post-high school work. I think he's been fighting for this, basically this entire year, so it's probably not a surprise that he wanted to bring that up. But I definitely want to push that forward, especially from what we've been hearing back from teachers. Students are going through a lot of trauma, and I think the fact, I even noticed it in my own school, I'm one of the many, and unfortunately it's just counselors can't get to those students, and especially when we're seeing continuous traumatic things happening in our world and even at our schools, like the hate speech that happened at Cleveland this year, that support really needs to be there, and I don't think it has been. Additionally, he wanted to talk about the funding for nutritional services and custodial workers. We're seeing this major problem. I think we all already realize that's there. Maybe we could look at, and I guess this is for staff, maybe we could look at how we can use those dollars to improve that salary and then maybe entice more people to come in. I'm sure that's something that, we already knew we wanted to look into. Additionally, I think it was brought up about this idea versus targeted support versus district support. we can see that we have specific classrooms that are over these class sizes, and I would love to see how we can use targeted support to fix these issues, especially at schools that are underserved. And then finally, just class sizes mirroring what's already been said.
Sorry, and then before class sizes, you said targeted support.
Yeah, so just towards class sizes and also towards filling EDPs, especially considering what we're hearing from like public comment and like teacher facilitation of those plans as well.
Great, thank you.
You want to go, Gary? So first of all, thank you to staff for bringing forward these suggestions, and it is nice to know that we're in a slightly better place than we thought when we came. One of the areas I want to look at that I haven't seen information on is how many of our schools are losing their assistant principals. I know that's just a numbers issue, so it's a threshold issue in terms of school enrollment. So with our dramatic drops in enrollment, I'd like to see how many is that, how close are they, and really kind of take a close look at those on one by one, because that's pretty critical extra hands in a school building, and often it does come down to just, the change of by a couple of students. So I probably would advocate for some flexibility there.
And
It's really
Director
important.
Constam, I know the board has seen, we've made a concerted effort to make sure that our schools, we do have more APs. We'll get an update on what the delta is going into next school year, because it is enrollment driven as well, and candidate pool as well.
Yeah, for sure. And then, on the sheet that you have proposed, Superintendent, there's something here for labor costs, and I don't have a clear understanding of what we have currently budgeted for example, for our bargaining unit that is in negotiations right now. So this is something that we might have to address within executive session, but I would like to know sort of what the universe is to better understand whether or not we may need to allocate more resources there. But that's not a conversation really for here, but it's something that I'd like to understand better. Lastly, I've thought a lot about these extra support positions that we have been able to add back to our schools, specifically our school psychologists, our social workers, our qualified mental health professionals, our couple of drug and alcohol specialists, and just looking at where are we there. Where, some of these quite a lot of these are funded by one-time dollars, but I have not seen those numbers in aggregate. So I'd like to see that. And I'd also like to have a better understanding of the teams that support them, because we really have added a lot more people into our schools. And I want to feel confident that we have a structure that can effectively support them, because the needs are so huge. And most of these employees are new, because these are positions that weren't funded before. So I want to make sure that we have a really nurturing and supportive structure around all of those people serving our students also, particularly because it's just really, really, really hard work. So I'm not convinced that we have sufficiently addressed that, and we've got supplemental resources to do that. Middle school, I'm glad to hear that it seems like everyone agrees that is really an area that needs a little more love right now. Our middle schools have really struggled this year. And so I want to see what that looks like in terms of our support staff, and are those decisions really enrollment based, or how do we make sure that every single middle school has access to a qualified mental health professional, has access to social workers that they need, has a good student counseling ratio. And then as far as class sizes go, my focus there would really be on the class size numbers for core curriculum. Because it's tricky when you talk about class size in a middle school, because every period is a different class, and some of them are electives, and it's just not an average that works out like when we look at our elementary school numbers. So I'm not interested in a conversation about lowering the average class size. I'm interested in looking at our core classes there and how are students being served there. As well as just the other support positions in the building.
I think that's what our CBRC said.
Yeah.
That was their recommendation.
Yeah. You know, the other thing I've been thinking about is that we have this extraordinary opportunity with our federal pandemic relief funds to do all this summer programming. And we have our Summer Acceleration Academy, which is really about academic remediation, catching up, credit attainment for our high school students that are behind, intensive interventions for all of our younger students who missed, you know, a year and a half basically of in-person learning. So hopefully we get 7,000 kids in that programming this summer, and we get a lot of kids caught up. But I'm thinking about, like, what kind of linkages can we have between those intensive interventions and our school year? So what kind of carryover might we have for high dosage tutoring for our kids that still really need it? I'm not sure where that is in the budget. And I know, I know it shows up from the ESSER funds, that $40 million investment, but it would be helpful for me to really see, like, in the course of the school day, the seven period day, for example, is going to be really beneficial on that point for our middle school students. But how do we see that supercharged post-pandemic investment in academic acceleration in the school year carried over from the summer? Because maybe we need to carry on a few more of those same strategies into our school year. Another question I have is around our site support instructors. I think we've stayed flat there. Is that right?
More or less. There's been some adjustments.
I haven't seen anything that indicates a reduction or an increase there. I haven't seen them specifically called out. And to me, as we're looking at add backs, that's something that I think would be worthy of our consideration, because we look at the problem that we've had this year with absences and with so many unfilled substitute positions, particularly in schools that just have a hard time attracting substitutes. And we see, like, when we walk through our schools that have those site support instructors that are there every day, moving around and filling in different places, and they know the kids and they know the school and they're part of the community and they're trusted. I just think that's nothing but good. That's only helpful, especially to those schools. We know who those schools are that have a hard time getting substitutes and that, frankly, have higher levels of teacher absences. So I would like to have a conversation about adding back site support instructors, because it's a fairly, maybe you're talking about 4 or 5 FTE and they're going to be well utilized. Because to me, any unfilled, obviously, this is an extraordinary year in terms of just illnesses and such. But to me, like, one unfilled sub position is unacceptable. Like, we can't function that way. And that's one remedy that we have. And then last thing I wanted to mention is just our investments in athletics. A lot of times when we see these aggregate budgets, it's hard to know whether particular line items that have been talked about or have existed in the past are included there. So in athletics, for me, it's really important to make sure that this budget continues to fund the Coach to Classroom program and the athletic support for multiple pathways students and our alternative and CBO students, and then also the college counseling and athletic recruitment position that was funded through athletics that we finally got last year for the first time. So I just want to make sure those things haven't quietly disappeared when I wasn't looking. And I just look forward to learning a little bit more about what each of these, specifically what the what is meant here by increased staffing allocations for Title CSI and TSI schools plus middle schools. What would that really look like? That would be where I would focus. I really appreciated when the incoming PAT president was here last week, Angela Bonilla, that she really focused her comments around class size on our CSI, TSI, and Title schools. And I wholeheartedly agree with that. We're not going to be able to resolve every class size that is bumping up toward its thresholds, but that's where I would put my emphasis, and also on the schools, any school that's, right there or one away. That's probably all I have to say for right now.
That's it? I'm just giving you a hard time. I told you, you guys are never going to let me chair a meeting again. Thank you, Director Kostammer. Appreciate that. Director Hollins, we're going to come to you in a second.
Appreciated.
You said you had one more. I really did appreciate it. I was just giving you a hard time.
Just one more. With all the talk around the mental health specialists, I want to echo that, but I would like to add that as we're looking for mental health specialists, that we include some intentionality around culturally specific mental health specialists, because Black people don't like to go to white people and have to start all over again around the cultural differences and everything that we didn't had to go through and why we should be feeling the way that we feel. And we're first dealing with the fact that, Black people don't like to talk to therapists because we're not crazy, but we need to talk to somebody. And so when we're sitting in a room with somebody that looks like us, it's a lot easier to talk about some of the things that we're dealing with, because we don't feel like we have to go through the years and years and years of the trauma that got us here. So if we could be very intentional around making sure that we are including specific dollars for culturally specific mental health specialists in our schools, in our classrooms, that too would be good. So I want to make sure we're saying not just mental health specialists, but culturally specific.
Hear, hear.
Thank you. Director Hollins.
All right. Well, you guys said a lot of the stuff that I was going to say already, so my list came down a lot. So that's a good thing. I guess.
First round. That was your first round.
Okay, so since we just asking for everything, I'm looking at the restorative justice piece, and I know we are allocating some funds for that. But I was looking at how do we get a restorative justice liaison in each school versus an overarching. So that was my one bullet point. Adding EAs to classrooms, to more classrooms. I know that is in increased staffing allocations, but I would love to see what that looked like in all of our most need schools, TSI, CSI schools, and for our 5th K through 5 classes. Looking at security guards, our adult hall monitors, as we're looking at the safety and the climate of our schools. Having another person there that can help monitor that or watch out for stuff like that. We'd like to see how we can include that in the budget. And going to Director Green's comment as far as mental health folks of color, right? And also looking at teachers of color. I don't know where I've seen in the budget where we are being intentional outside of the funding that we get for that. How are we, or do we need to add more to that budget item to actually get a real true recruitment of color, teachers of color recruitment process or program going? And also looking at how do we use our budget for CTE additions, because when I met with them about a week ago and looking at some of the CTE programs that we have, one is not balanced across all schools. Some schools have a more robust programming and some schools don't. So how do we look at getting that more robust program at all of our schools? And with that, kind of what that will cost. And I think that was it. Yeah, and then also I would love to talk with, I know I'm gonna say your name wrong, but you know who I'm talking to. Yes. Right. I would, and we don't have to do it, it's not a budget item, but I would love to try to get a conversation with you to see how the budget that we're passing now, how do that affect future budgets? Because one of the things that I asked during the questionnaire was around like our student ratios, and I really didn't get the answer I was looking for. And so as a part-time, I took a little economics in school, and so I'm talking with some economic forecasters, just trying to get a sense of how do we budget this year is going to affect next year's budget. Because when I look at how we're approving this year's budget, I want to be mindful of 23, 24, 24, 25 as well. That's it.
Great. That is a really good segue, I think, and thank you. And back into sort of a conversation about some of these trade-offs. And there's a lot that you all just put out there. And I think what's going to be tricky for staff, to be really blunt, is that it's a combination of, there are a couple of things that I heard that I need to go back and star that, truly could be budget amendments. There's a lot of questions about, sort of just wanting more information or getting a sense of some of the investments. I mean, when I hear about things like, the restorative justice in middle school, there is already things in the budget. And I think what I'm hearing is we want some more information to know whether we want to add, more to that. And then there were some just sort of philosophical, comments as well, which is important in terms of where the board goes. I'm going to say again, we're going to get to some more specifics here. I think what's going to be tricky is what, Norberto Delgadillo puts in. I can never remember if you're superintendent, if you're director, if you're like chief Delgadillo. What he ends up putting in into the approved budget for next week versus developing ideas for the adopted budget is going to be a little bit tricky. So I just and given all those ideas on the table, like we're not going to be able to get everything in the next day or two to approve it next week. I think there are some things that we can, more information and so forth, and then again, be thinking about this as a two-step process. Make some changes for the approved and then other changes for the adopted.
And the other consideration is, echoing superintendent's comment earlier, there's some ideas would just take more time to flesh out, and there's ongoing conversations. So it's also the being asked to come back at an amendment or so, or as we work through the next few months, there's the contingency, the contingency fund, the contingency operating contingency that we can also specifically just allocate and be able to say, all right, there's funding here. But we know that we're working towards fleshing out a plan with our school leaders for middle school supports. And those can be like part of the conversations and dynamics as we work towards the next few weeks. In addition to just having very explicit guidance around earlier, we're okay going down to 6%, right? And being able to set the guardrails, but knowing also that there'll be still some ongoing conversations to flesh out the details for some of the plans that will require more conversations.
Okay. Did you have something before going to some of the specifics?
Yeah, well, so I was just doing the exercise of putting the things on the table, but I did have some questions. So last week we had the recommendation on the Southeast Guiding Coalition that included in there the 10 FTE for transitions, because we have school communities that are undergoing some pretty dramatic transitions. So I'm assuming, since that was part of the recommendation, that had already been paid for, but it looks like, is this something in addition that is on the sheet? Because my assumption is it wouldn't have been part of the recommendation if it hadn't been part of the budget.
Can you clarify, Norberto? There was a placeholder of 10 FTE, however that needed to be used, but we knew that we need supports for this transition. Is that separate or inclusive of this 1.2 million?
That 1.2 million would be that request.
Yeah, so I'm just going to express a point of view. Is we have a recommendation that had FTE embedded. It's a huge change to some of the schools. I mean, we're completely breaking up and closing some programs, and to me, that doesn't seem like it's discretion, and I can't imagine unless the proposal from staff was, we're gonna do this with no staffing. So I just assumed it was baked in.
So I'm just going to reframe that a little, because I think
Sorry.
what we have is we have a Southeast Guiding Coalition at the same time we're doing a budget. So there's iterations back and forth. I think, I agree with you, if it's a recommendation as part of it and the board adopts it, we're going to do it. The question is, are we finding those additional FTE out of existing budget allocations, or are we using some of our new $9 million, to fund it? And I think that's something we can give direction on. I think if what I hear you saying is that's a non-negotiable for you, and I guess I would just look to the rest of the board. I think I would agree that I want to see those supports, in which case then it's just a matter of where we're paying for it.
Yeah, and I guess also I'd want to know what the staff point of view, because it sort of got put all together as like, here's how we're actually going to be able to implement it in a way that's humane and works for the school community. So I'm just surprised. It's more of a discussion point because, or just a better understanding.
It's prudent. We saw in 2017-18, the last time we reconfigured to comprehensives, Roseway Tubman, that required some supports and some transition resourcing. So it would be responsible to make sure we set some aside with Harrison Park and the other schools that will also be undergoing changes as well. I don't know if that's an FTE. I don't know if that's a different kind of support. That's something we would have to work with each school community about.
Yeah, and so then I had just another side, because I figured this is.
Yep.
This
Get
is
'em out.
it.
Yep.
Is in the Q&A that was, so I've submitted some questions, and then there another set of questions, but one of them was about the number of FTE being held up, full-time equivalent positions for the community language, that the document said that a couple dozen FTE were being held back. And my question is two-part, is like, how many exactly is that? Usually we get a number, like a couple of dozen, that could be 2 dozen or could be 4 dozen, which is a big difference. And then my second part of my question is, are those FTE part of the contingency? Or is it, there's the contingency and then also we have these couple dozen FTE?
It's both. Right, it's like the simple answer would just tell you, we have set aside, as we think about ESSER, we're leveraging ESSER to support additional, but also if the numbers come in, so when we get to September, 10 days in and butts and seat counts, and it's like, wow, yes, all these students are back, that go beyond what we had planned for as set aside, we would need to look into using our fund balance to our operating contingency, like you being specific, to support that. And that would eventually get replenished because we would submit, like our enrollment numbers would get updated at the state, and then eventually our state school fund revenue would get adjusted. So it's like as a stopgap measure, we can leverage our contingency. So that's why it's like both, right?
Okay, so maybe we'll start with the first, so a couple dozen, how many FTE specifically?
So we started with 30, and then we've worked through there's been some technical adjustments. When I say technical, it's like, hey, you know what, there's extra, a miscalculation, so it's varied. But as we go through the next few weeks and months, that's part of like, it'll be a couple of dozen. It's like we started with 30, but it can be less.
So where are we tonight?
I don't know
Okay.
where we are tonight.
Are we close to 30 still? I mean, I'm just ballpark. That's super helpful. Like, we're close to 30. So if we're close to 30, and then you're saying, so we're close to 30, and we have those, plus we have the contingency of 61 million.
51, right.
In addition?
In general fund.
And then if we deploy some of those 30 out to schools because all of a sudden Hayhurst gets, another 50 students or something, we put those in there, then you'll replenish the 30? Is that what you're saying, or no?
Well, I mean,
actually, can we just
so
authoritative?
From a clarifying perspective, if we get into, when we think about our set aside, And there's these unique situations at schools that are like at the cusp. I think that was like a question earlier, and it's like, we're like, do we plan ahead? Those are like the opportunities when we think through leveraging set aside, but also enrollment changes as the year progresses. But if it goes past beyond a certain point that is above and beyond our projections, I don't know what that threshold would be, where we're starting with all 3,000 students are back, then we would resort to using our fund balance until we get that replenished.
Because it will be replenished based on enrollment.
And we're
Yeah.
going to deploy those 30 FTE in the fall regardless, right? Or do we?
If they're needed.
If so.
The team goes through a process, and so school leader feedback, additional conversations, and there's this feedback circle that goes through an assessment, and then those determinations are
Okay,
made.
and so then if we decide, let's say we decide we only need 15 of those, where do the funds for that FTE, do those then go back into the contingency fund, or they're held there for kind of the rest of the year?
Each of the last 4 years,
We've used them
we've
all.
set aside anywhere from 10 to 20. We end up using 15 to 18.
Okay.
But, I mean, we have a whole panel process. We go back to our charts. We count actual numbers.
Okay.
We try to alleviate wherever there's higher
What I thought
number.
you were asking, Julia, is do we just have a year-long hold of 30 teachers? That's not the case. It doesn't.
I was actually trying to figure
replenish
out
that.
whether it was, we have these 30 teachers for that thoughtful deployment and this 61 versus that's also in the bucket with the 50 reserve.
Oh, right, it's
It's
separate.
okay, thank you.
The other thing we can think about in this conversation is that it is defensible if we, decide to address some of the pinch points that we see now. We could do that out of the set-aside budget, because those are the classrooms that we're likely going to be looking at in the fall also. So we have general fund, additional allocations to address class size, but we also could, our instructional leaders could make the decision to take 7 of those FTE out of play for
We could,
fall
although-
rebalancing and rebalance those classrooms that are already identified as.
But that reduces our flexibility in the fall. So
Right, but
we
it
could do
reduces
for
our liability as well, because it addresses that the classrooms that
only
we
if we're
already know
guessing
are.
right on where enrollment is. I mean, so just for instance, if we do that, if there's a classroom that's at the max or just below, and we say, you know what, we're gonna take a teacher and reduce those class sizes, but then in a different school that's not near, you get a bunch of new enrollment, we might not have that ability in the fall. So there's a potential risk there, right, of using those resources now. I want to drive us. It's 9 o'clock. And I want to go back to this menu because I want to get some quick sort of nods from or head shaking from board members, direction for staff essentially on some of these issues to again get a sense of where we are in terms of trade-offs, and then I want to see if we can sort of wrap up for the night. Getting back to and I want to get back to Director Lowry talked about free meals for all students. I just want to be clear because the USDA waiver is ending. This is $6.3 million. I agree with you. This is something that I would love to see. We are going to continue to provide free meals for all students experiencing poverty. And then there are students in that sort of reduced price lunch, right, that would not be getting free meals anymore, and then sort of everybody else. And I think what's tough for me is absent any other trade-off, and you outlined the trade-off, I would say, oh my gosh, 100%. Like, this was an amazing program. Let's continue it. But again, our pie is limited, and so I guess I'm curious from the superintendent or staff's perspective, this $6.3 million would be for students who are above the cutoff line, right, to be giving free meals. And it really is a trade-off between that and all the other things we put on the table. Class sizes, supports in middle schools, right? That's the trade-off.
That's the trade-off. And just to put in a plug, board members have an opportunity this Friday to meet Representative Bonamici, who's working on this topic at the federal level. Join her at Chapman. We'll send the details again. We have to continue advocating on many fronts. This is just another area.
Okay. Are there any questions?
And also on that point, unfortunately, the prospects at the federal level of getting congressional traction on keeping that are not good. That's not going well.
Yeah, and part of me, there's also I get very frustrated with programs that should be funded federally, when we're sort of forced to step in, because it does take away from other things which we do fund locally.
Like
And so-
IDEA for special education services.
Right.
Or our title funds, all of those federal programs that really.
I've heard a lot of support tonight, and I just want to confirm, make sure I'm not misreading it. I've heard a lot of support tonight from the board around increasing staffing allocations for title CSI and TSI schools plus middle schools. Again, I think there were a couple questions tonight, superintendent or staff, around what exactly this $2.3 million means. Do we have the details on that? Or is it kind of a plug at this point that we can move around to different places, or do you have sort of
There was some initial whiteboarding around how we kind of landed on that number and how we would prioritize.
So I'm going to put a suggestion on the table, and again, I'm looking for sort of nods. Is there support from the board to go ahead and plan to spend that $2.3 million, and you can come back to us next week with a little bit more fleshed out on what that might look like?
Yes, or we could flip that and say there's support to address the need as you've heard it expressed, and you can come back and tell us after you've dived into it deeper how much that costs to address it.
Okay. One of the things I'm trying to get at is if we're going to make a change, I'd like to telegraph to the community that we're making those investments, which we
Actually,
could do
point of-
next week.
Point of clarification. So, like, I'm absolutely yes, but I would like those class sizes at non-TSI and CSI schools to be under 30 for that K-5. We're so close. I mean, I don't know why.
So actually, let's have that conversation quickly, because that's a tougher one for me. I mean, we have a CBRC recommendation that explicitly says, let's focus our smaller class sizes on title CSI, TSI schools, recognizing it's going to be larger class sizes elsewhere. And I guess I kind of would like the board to weigh in, because I'm not sure. Again, for me, it's the trade-off, right? So I should probably start. I would love to see that, right? Like, that would be great. But if we have to take from some of the targeted supports that the superintendent's put in for, to deal with pandemic learning or learning loss, et cetera, like, I'm not sure.
Well, that's why I'd like to have a bigger conversation, because I think in all our schools we have, I mean, I don't think any of our classes should be over 30 coming out of the pandemic.
What's magic about 30?
Well,
Because I know that the evidence that Dr. Adams has suggested is that, again, it's mixed on class sizes. My understanding, just hold on, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the research that shows a difference shows you have to have pretty large investments. Like, there is a difference maybe between under 20, and over 30, but between 30 and 29, is there evidence that actually would improve student learning for our
okay,
kids?
so I'll just use what the superintendent and the board and PAT agreed to, which we said was the threshold of, I mean, I took it as like an optimal class size, which is actually not even 30, so it's 28 or lower, or 24. And we all agreed those were optimal, and then we said, and if we can't do that, you're gonna get an EA or overage. And I think, to me, the spirit of that was, and Director Constant was on the boards at the time, the spirit of that was, like, we think this is one element, not the element, but one element. And I guess I would also ask about the equity, because you will have schools that have foundations that just buy their teacher. And so you'll have other schools that don't have foundations that can't just buy the teacher, so they're gonna have.
Let's not muddy the water with that, because those are the schools that have the highest class sizes. So let's be really clear what we're talking about. But Dr. Adams, did you want to?
But they won't.
They do. If you look in our budget book, volume 2, which has school profiles, you'll see that the schools that have foundations have by far the largest class sizes of any of our schools in the district, including their foundation funds.
I'd actually like
So
to see
let's
that
be
data.
factual.
I'd like to see that data, because I've asked for it.
I'll show you. It's in the front of your budget book. I'll show you.
It's not in the budget book.
So we'll go ahead and Director Constant, we can get back to that. I would like to hear from the board, but Dr. Adams, do you have something to add to this conversation?
I was just going to add that I just want to add that this is really a philosophical conversation that this board needs to have. Do you want to allocate resources based on equity, or do you want to allocate resources based on parity?
And that's really the conversation that it would have, because to allocate more staffing will drive it to schools that are not CSI, not TSI. It would undo the differentiated staffing model that we use as our equity-based staffing formula. So that's really the conversation that you're having.
Yeah, and I'm not in favor of changing that middle school formula substantially. I do think, we all understand the importance of kids getting attention from their teachers, and I think we especially know that the middle grades years are critically important. And I also know that when we look at like middle school averages, we do have some classes that have 60 kids in, and I don't know how big PE classes are, but PE classes are bigger, band classes are bigger, choir. And so when we're looking at averages, there are a lot of factors there. I think what Director Constam said earlier that I would support is looking at our core instruction. And again, that's in the CBRC recommendation to look at middle school math, middle school language arts, and looking at those classes in particular if we're going to talk about class size.
Yeah, and I would also like to second that idea. So I think especially I think sacrifices do have to be made when we're looking at who we're going to help. And ultimately, I do think we should be, and I think this is something that we've talked about with the DSC as well, but I do think that our Title I schools and the schools in need are definitely what we should be targeting. I think that's generally agreed upon by students as well, because to help one is to help all, right? Like if we can help our people who really need the help, then we can then promote us as a district. And I think that's a really important concept that we need to bring forward into this budget. Additionally, with the idea of looking at core classes, I think that's really important as well, and I completely agree with that. That also very much translates into success later down the line. I've seen that from a personal level and obviously from the data that we have. So I definitely think when we're looking, we need to be looking specifically at core classes and how that's also going to translate into further learning as we get to the high school level. And then additionally, I completely agree that we need to be putting money towards our Title I CSI, TSI schools.
When I look at the class sizes, again, I'm just going back to the schools that I've been in, and I'm looking at it from not an educational perspective. I don't think I'm just looking at it from a safety perspective. It's easier to manage. It's easier to teach, I would say, if you've got fewer kids than larger kids, whether or not they're learning or whether or not the data, again, I've said it before, I'll say it 1,000 times, you'll find data for whatever you're looking for. It's just a matter of what is it that you're looking for. And I think the data is out on this one way or another. There's not really a lot that's going to say it's 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. And so that's not it for me. For me, I'm looking at it from the perspective of if I've got 30 plus kids in a classroom, and they're in a community where it's a high poverty community, and it's a community where the violence trends have also been higher. So the kids that are coming into those classrooms are coming in with they already got a chip on their shoulder. They're already feeling safe from a safety perspective, some kind of way about being there. A lot of the kids aren't feeling safe in some of our schools. No disrespect to anyone out here, but kids have gotten in schools that weren't supposed to be there. Kids have brought things in schools that they weren't supposed to be there. So there's a safety factor that's going in play that both the teachers, the students, and even our CSAs are all having to be fully aware of and fully cognitive of. And so when you have a classroom of 30 plus people, and you've got new kids coming in every day and new different faces every day, it's hard to keep up with who's actually the student that's supposed to be there versus who's the student that's in there. A lot of stuff can go awry. So which is why I'm saying there's some spaces where I absolutely positively know that we cannot reduce the class size. It's just not going to happen without telling some kids they can't come to school on Monday because their class is on Tuesday. So in those cases, what I'm asking for, what I would be a proponent for, and I believe we've already done some work on, I know I've been talking with the SOUP about it, and that is in those classrooms, making sure that we have EAs, additional educational assistants that are specific to that area. And I know that that's something that we're looking at. I would only ask that as we continue to look at that, let's be intentional about pointing out and really going through, if we're going through the Ockley Greens and we're going through the George and we're going through the Tubman and we're going through the Roseway Heights, let's look and say, okay, we know that these classes are going to have 30 plus kids. So in that case, we're going to make sure that there's an EA in that classroom so that no one has to worry about the class ratio, because in that regard, you've essentially reduced the ratio by adding to the staff. And so, and I, like I said, again, I know that that's something that we're looking at. I just wanted to make sure that we also stated that for the record, that the superintendent and his team have also been looking at the safety. I would only ask that possibly the next time we come, we could get maybe a more in-depth report around that, and maybe that'll help to nullify a lot of the conversation around whether or not the classes are too large or not.
Thank you for those comments, Director Green. I would say, based on what you mentioned, the question in my mind is, does a school like that need another teacher, an EA, or do they need more mental health and behavioral supports? So I can't sit here and say I think the answer for what you described is another teacher FTE. It might be another FTE, but it may not be a teacher. That would reduce class size if students need behavioral and mental health supports.
I would totally agree, because I'm thinking by having when I say, and again, this is why I'm not all the lingo around what it is. I want another body. They're breathing, they have a heartbeat, and they know how to work with kids. They're gifted enough to work with kids and help manage a classroom. That way, the teacher can be focused on teaching and educating. The other person can be working with classroom management. Maybe somebody is having a moment. Maybe it is a behavior health specialist or something that's in that classroom, and they're recognizing something. Whoa, little Johnny needs a little time out. So I'm gonna have to, hey, let me go over here and holler at him real quick and be like, hey, can I take you outside for a minute? That also helps to reduce the tension that's happening. So no, you're absolutely correct in that. I don't think I would sit here and begin to say what it has to be. Like, I think as a school, as you guys continue to work with the schools, the specific schools, then we'll figure out as a unit what it needs to be, and then we'll make the appropriate decision based on what we've discovered.
I think you posed the most important question, right, for us as a board, and I think it's something that we need to keep coming back to. I mean, I will just say, I ran for the school board based on this idea that my kids were getting an amazing education. And sometimes they had large class sizes, sometimes they had smaller class sizes. And most of the people I knew are getting amazing education. And yet you look, and that quality of education differs throughout the district. And I think that, it's part of this issue of, like, can we get a board that is willing to make really difficult decisions and say, we need to do something different, right? I mean, some of my colleagues have said this repeatedly, like, what we've been doing year after year after year is not working. We need to do something different in order to raise the student achievement scores, of our most underserved students. And I ran on this idea that I'm willing to tell those folks in my zone, those folks and others, that, it's your school and your children are doing fine. And I will say that's really hard when you get in a room like tonight, and these parents, the testimony tonight was powerful. It was emotional. They are looking at, and again, I think we need to put in perspective, Glencoe does not have large class sizes. Glencoe 3rd and 5th grade have large class sizes. And we've heard from other communities, right, that activate, and I would do that too as a parent, to say, I don't want my child in a class of 30, 31, 32. The question becomes the trade-off. And I think you put it so clearly that, are we applying our racial equity and social justice lens to these budgeting decisions to say, these are the schools that need it, and yes, these other schools are going to have larger class sizes, but if you look at overall achievement, they're doing okay. And I think maybe one of the conversations is, how do we assure those parents, and some of the ones who testified tonight, that maybe have a kid with a special need, or have a circumstance where they truly are fearful about what's going to happen in that classroom, that there are those additional supports, even at these non-TSI, CSI, title schools, that they have some of those additional supports, even if their class size is larger. And one of the things that I've heard said before, if I had a choice to have my kid in a class of 25 versus 30, I'll take the 25. But if it was 25 versus 30 with that 30 with an amazing veteran teacher who is just so talented, I'll take that option, right? And so I think like this is a really fundamental question for us. And I will say, Director Bermetters, I hear where you're coming from on, can we solve some of these issues? For me, the question is bringing a class size down by 1 or 2 and taking those resources from somewhere else where it would have been invested in a historically underserved population is not a trade-off I'm willing to make. So
Actually, I just want to be clear, because you're saying that I'm suggesting a trade-off that I didn't suggest. The point of the exercise was, and I did, and everybody's seen the questions I ask. I did ask about, there's very little non-school cuts that have been made. So I didn't say, I'd like to take it. I support all the investments. I started my comments tonight with, I support all the investments that Superintendent Guerrero has recommended. And the question is, if we had additional resources to bring into the schools, yes, I would support that. It's an and conversation, not an other. So I just want to make sure that and I do want to speak for, because there, and please let me complete this comment, is like in my zone, there aren't a lot of schools that have the ability to raise money to buy a whole teacher. And so and that's true in most of the East Side schools. So I'm just saying that, but I never suggested like, hey, we're going to take it out of. I started my comments with I think we should reduce class size, and I've been pretty consistent about the middle schools. So I don't want it to be like, hey, you're suggesting taking money from somewhere else. And I asked the superintendent for where there were cuts outside the classroom, and because I think you were really clear, like, hey, if you're going to suggest something, then come up with some potential savings. So in wanting to be respectful of the educators and like, hey, what are the things that you could delay or defer that are lesser priorities? So I mean, I'm trying to be respectful of the process, but I did not suggest, and I don't want the record to show that I suggested taking money from other schools, because I've been supportive the whole time of putting those resources into schools that need additional supports.
Great. No, and I think thank you for that clarification. And I think then the question becomes, if it's not from other schools, then, other schools, then where does it come from? And I think actually I do want to talk about your request, because I think it's important for the board to decide if that's the direction we want to go. Because I'm a little troubled by the framing of sort of, school, like in-school spending, which is more important than out-of-school spending. I don't. Everything we do in the district should be in service of our students, and everything we do should be in service of student achievement. And so, whether that's, we also have talked a lot tonight about how do we hire a more diverse pool. That's HR, that's admin. So when we talk about cutting non-classroom services, are we also talking then about making it harder to recruit really good teachers and get subs in the door? When we talk about supporting these schools, like that is often like district staff coming in and helping. So the schools are saying we're not getting enough support. If we're cutting admin, we're cutting that support. We talk about communication to our families and to our schools. And if we're cutting admin, then we're reducing that communication. So all the things that throughout the year we tell and we actually criticize, why haven't we done this? Why haven't we done that? Huge numbers of that are admin costs. And so which is not to say we shouldn't look there. I absolutely think we should look there.
I think I asked the question very respectfully.
And so,
which is to ask, because in the Secretary of State's audit response, we said we have a tool, and there are lots of internal staff conversations about prioritizing things. And so what I was asking, and having been involved in lots of different things with budgets, is like there always is like, hey, this is our absolute we have to do, and then there's like nice to do's.
Well, Superintendent, your budget proposal, every single department represented a 3% cut. Isn't that correct? Isn't that what you asked of your various?
Well, it was
There's a $2 million
illustration,
cut.
right? It was to say, look, yeah, sure, we can go a little deeper and identify other costs. It could be people or FTE. It could be non-personnel items. It could be contracts. It could be work that we're agreeing that we're not going to do in the coming school year and won't have the bandwidth or capacity centrally to lead. So as long as we're making conscious decisions around those trade-offs.
I think what I'm hearing from the board is we do have a deep desire to continue the path we're on of equity staffing. We have a deep desire to continue investing in our most vulnerable students. I liked what the CBRC said, the historically and currently oppressed students, naming that. I think that goes to Herman, some of what you were saying about mental health supports, especially for our Black students. But I think that, I'm not comfortable with the board sort of like with a week left, I think we've given some good directions around the broad strokes we want to see. That, you know, I think we would love it if we had 690 million instead of 6.9, because I think there's a lot. We had a parent from Franklin speak whose student is in special education, and she listed off like legal services and I don't know, she had like 10 things that her student needed. And I was like, I want us to provide that for our students as they transition out. And we don't have, I mean, we only have 6.9 million, so we can't do that. And I know that there are other things we can move, but I really appreciate what I'm hearing from my colleagues around this desire, especially for middle school. I think we heard that from public comment tonight. We've heard that, a desire to really look at the staffing and also to continue those supports. And that's what I'm hearing. And again, that labor cost piece of making sure that our staff have the resources they need. And those parts about recruitment and cultural responsiveness, I think, gives our staff good direction to say, okay, how do we really dig deep and invest on these priorities? I don't know that we're going to come to consensus about every penny of that 6.9, but for me, it feels like just listening to us tonight, we've sort of come to a philosophical and important consensus around we do want to invest these funds and we want to invest them in our most vulnerable students.
I think it's a good, yes, thank you. And sort of going back through, I want to recap and correct me if I'm wrong from a board perspective. I heard, although there's definitely people we would love to provide free meals for all students, it is probably not the top priority of use of this funding. I have heard very strong support for the $2.3 million with potential for more. And so I think the direction maybe for staff is, you know, show us next week what that include that in the approved budget, show us what that is, and then let's talk about whether there's more to do around TSI, CSI, middle schools. The add special education positions, we have to do it, and I think people are comfortable taking it out. Southeast enrollment balancing supports part of the proposal. I've heard strong support for that as well. Charter pass-through, we already passed as a policy. Generally strong support for labor costs. That's a conversation we need to have with our labor partners, but you know, making sure that we're thinking about the future there. And I have not heard anyone talk about increasing the fund balance up to 7%, that there's comfort where we are at 6%. Oh, yeah, no, there's a lot more. I was just sort of going through that menu. And then what I wanted to sort of pose, because Director remembers, I think you did lay out a very clear question around the $14 million, you know, of potential other offsets that would add staffing back. And I think, but it's also a very, very detailed question, which is going to take staff many, many hours to come up with. And so what I wanted to ask the Budget Committee is there support for looking into that? Because I think this is where the part of the process that we get to where we really do need to be looking at not each individual board member, but sort of where is their general consensus? And so I guess what I would ask is there consensus from the board to have staff sort of develop what those offsets might be?
And this is really important because tomorrow morning when staff regroups, the challenge will be lots of great ideas by our directors. Nobody would disagree with them. So how do we jigsaw or come up with a package of 6.9 that honors what we heard each of you say? You know, we're glad to have the opportunity with some additional funding, but 6.9 will go very quickly, and it probably won't be to the degree that you want to see some of the things that you mentioned. So I just want to be realistic about the challenge of trying to draft that.
Yeah, so I want to just speak to this question because at the very first presentation of the board and about the budget, I sent in a question right away, along with other questions, about the central office savings, or the central admin savings. And, because it said for FY23 that there were 6 million in central admin savings. And actually, there were only 2 million in central admin savings, because part of it was custodial and part of it was special ed. That's what the district response.
That doesn't equal 4 million.
Okay, what does it equal, Jonathan? Sorry, or Chief Garcia?
2 million.
Both the custodial and the special ed in the savings for year one. So how much of the central office savings were there? Because we can go.
So between the custodians and the special ed was approximately 1.8 plus about 800,000, so it's about 2.6.
So you got about 3.4 in central office savings, and those were permanent savings?
And then in addition to the non-personnel reductions as well. So when we look at that total, it was about closer to 7 million, about 4 to 5 million was central office.
I'll have to go back and look, but that's not my recollection because it seemed lower.
I have it open right here.
Okay. So my question was, so we've got, the proposal initially was, I don't know, something like 18 million out of, at the time when I asked that question, there was 18 million coming out of schools, right? Out of the staffing, and that got reduced down to 10.
Yeah, so yeah, back in February. Yeah,
Okay,
early
right.
on, yes. As
But it got
we're,
reduced,
going through
it
the
got
process,
reduced down to 10.
Yes. Yeah.
So I'm thinking when I'm looking at, from visiting lots of schools, and mostly schools that aren't the higher SES schools in our district, is, every adult coming out of the building is felt. And so my thinking was, and because when the district staff offered a response to the Secretary of State's audit, they said, we have this tool that allows us to assess programs about whether, like, it's an ineffective program. I sent the language, but there's a long discussion in the Secretary of State's audit response from staff about how that there's all these internal conversations about savings. And so to me, it's a very legitimate question to ask when we're voting to taking some staffing out of schools, of what other things we've looked at. And I don't think that's an unreasonable question. That was my question. And actually, I asked it several weeks ago, so it's not like I just came in. It's just like, so I had to ask twice, and so that's why it is coming in the last week. But I did ask.
Oh, no, and I wasn't
Yeah.
last minute. I'm just more, again, we're at the point now where again, I guess what to be really blunt about it, as a budget committee, we really need to be giving sort of majority direction to staff. And so if a majority of this board, of this budget committee, wants to sort of engage in an exercise about, could we cut administration by $14 million? What would that look like in order to add teachers back? Then absolutely, we can do that, and staff will do that. I think it'll probably be as part of the adopted budget. But if not, then I think we don't want to send staff down that road if there's not a majority that is interested in that. I will tell you that, and based on my own understanding of where we are as a district, and actually CBRC's recommendation, I don't think cutting $14 million from admin makes sense. And I don't think that, comparisons, I mean, again, most of our expenditures in the district are in the classroom already, so it's not like we need to achieve parity there. That doesn't mean we shouldn't take a look, and my sense is that the superintendent did take a look. I also believe that we are fundamentally under-resourced in our administration. I think the politics, and we see it every single year, and it's so easy. It would be so easy for me to just say, cut admin, cut admin, cut admin, and yet I think we see the impact of doing that over decades, and I'm concerned about that.
I actually didn't say admin, I said non-school budgets, and if you look at the way the pie is divided, that there is an instructional category, and it's about a third. So I didn't say cut central office. I said, outside of the school budgets, like what did you look at?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I mean, I'm curious.
So let's hear from, I'm curious whether the board is interested in that, because I think if so, then we can give that direction to staff.
I'm also opposed to giving that direction to staff. I think when we look at I wish we had more teachers to go into classrooms, but I think when we look at the CBRC recommendations, when we look at the way we're investing, I think there's been a really good balance, and that's what the CBRC cited, that there was this balance in the budget and the way we're also doing supports as well as in classrooms. So I don't think that that's an appropriate investment of the staff time to look at cutting $14 million to put all those teachers back in classrooms.
Well, and I also don't want this conversation to derail the fact that we have already seen those reductions come forward from the central office, and that the cuts to our schools are just based commensurate to the loss of the number of students that we're serving, but not even. I mean, we've reinvested a significant amount of money to offset the loss of the students. So It's kind of an apples to orange conversation there.
I forgot to say one thing that I meant to say is that I think my other fear is that by doing that this year, we then set ourselves up in a deeper hole for next year, both that we may have to lay off teachers and we have less capacity within our administration and non-school stuff to weather what we think will continue to be declines in enrollment and declines in state funding.
I guess my view on this is kind of twofold. One, if we're just looking at the $14 million, we have a rainy day fund and our savings to do that. Well, and the second half of that is, would that be wise to do, considering the budget for the next few years that we have to go through? So while I understand the fact that, we can look for cuts or look for things to move over to the teacher side, we have funds to do that. It's just hard for me to comment on the budget piece when I don't really know how that's going to affect the next year after year after year. And I think that's just my really biggest holdup on that is how is this going to affect next few year budgets? Because like I said, we have the $14 million in our rainy day to do it, but then is that going to affect 24, 25, 25, 26?
I also wonder as well, like, Julia, the proposal isn't that we're necessarily cutting like administrative staff or like district. It's just we're looking at the other places where we may or may not take money, or is that like what we want to look at?
Yeah, so the question I asked, which is, it's a trade-off. It's a trade-off question. So you pose it as like, it could be trading off like between one school community and another. And I'm like, well, yeah, but there's other part of this budget, and I'd like to know kind of like what the thinking went into it. So we got delivered, and as outstanding as our staff is, there is also like inherent trade-offs that are being made, and I just would like to know, when you went through the whole thing, were these the absolute most? Did they go through the whole, racial equity and social justice lens of all the expenditures? And to me, it doesn't seem like an unreasonable thing. We talk about peer benchmarking. It's like, we just voted for an $800,000 budget to do peer benchmarking. My assumption is it's to prioritize our spending. And that spending is also like not just in the schools. And so that's what I was looking at.
So I just have a question so when you're asking for this done, are you asking this to be done in this next week? And what are you thinking is going to come out of that in this next week to be able to vote on it next Tuesday?
My thinking, it's a great question, because I was just thinking it was an easy question that you'd already thought about. As you're putting together the budget, what gets prioritized?
It's not you're essentially saying cut far, far deeper than what the superintendent's proposed budget did. So that's a very hard question.
Or maybe we should get a recap on what those cuts have been in the central office if this is the conversation that we're having, because it's sounding like there's little recognition of what we've already done. So I don't know if it's misunderstanding.
So I'm just trying to answer Barney's question was, if there had been questions about prioritizations, I was interested say if the budget, say if we actually, things went the other way and we had to take $9 million off because we were $9 million short. What would a staff been bringing to us of here are the trade-offs? Maybe we were bringing more, things impacting schools, but would it have been something else?
I just want to add.
I guess what I would say is I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, I got to get it out because I'm not going to be here next time we talk about this. And again, take that with a grain of salt, like what I'm about to say, because I have not been involved in this process before now. But I actually agree with Julia on this. I would like to see, and I guess not me, but Jackson, I would like, from a student perspective, to see like what were we looking at like before we considered school cuts? What were we looking at before we considered teacher cuts? Like what else is there even to consider? Because for us, it's hard also because there's a lack of communication on how amazing our central staff is and like what those other, issues and where that other money is going. But I think that's really important, even from like a reporting community perspective, for them to know like this is what these were the other things that we have money in. Like these are the other places we invest money. And this is even some reasoning, like this is why we elected not to choose those places. And I'm totally open to the fact that we valued like our central staff or these other places over the teacher or like over, you know, school cuts. And I'm totally open to hearing the reasoning behind that, or Jackson, I guess. But I think generally like that's a really important place to talk about it, because especially like walking in on this, I definitely question like why are all the cuts coming from schools?
Well, and they're not.
They're not.
And I think that's an
Well,
important, that we
yeah,
hear
but
that
like
from the
why
community, but
are
they're not.
Yeah.
the majority or whatever?
And I
like-
also, I just want to
Should add
say
a-
two things. I want to say that the comparable districts have about an 8% admin sort of budget, and ours is at 5.7. So when we're looking at nationwide, those districts that we look to say, okay, we aspire to be like them, they do have a bigger thing. And I think we also need to be very, I think that the third volume of the budget is the place where some of these things are going to be laid out, about the trade-offs, about the philosophy, and about how the money is being invested. Is that accurate, that that's kind of coming in book 3?
Yes, one of the ideas is to help create some clarity with how some of those investments are happening. But I think it's also important to kind of recap what's happened, right? And I think that was thinking about when we first started, Superintendent Guerrero was very clear. We started with a 2% reduction, like across the board. Hey, everyone, you need to tighten your belts. This is what we need to go through and identify savings. So teams went through and worked through their processes to identify approximately maybe another like $7 million for this current year, inclusive of underspent savings and then other non-personnel reductions. So teams went through that process on top of the additional $7 million for this upcoming year. Now, in addition to identifying savings and making cuts, there was also the active conversation of how to mitigate disruption at school sites. Because if we've kept this existing staffing plan, the one we have this year, and not have intentionally invested in it, which I know it's hard, but like the investment being reducing class sizes there's obviously it's not perfect, because it's never going to be perfect. Someone's always going to be at the top or at the max, depending on what you do. But we intentionally invested in reducing those class size maximums, because otherwise, if we would have just rolled over that staffing plan for next year, that would have been like 180, 200 school-facing reductions. So iterative, listening to people, hearing feedback, conversations, because when we first raised the, hey, enrollment's not where we think it's going to be, this was early December, right? Early December, one of our work sessions, and just started like, okay, thinking caps. So what are we going to do? What are the things we need to consider? Subsequent conversations with PSU, and like, okay, let's run the numbers again. So, like actively engaging in trying to mitigate that. It's been an ongoing process from, hey, what can we do to avoid losing 180 school site FTEs, to how do we leverage these one-time dollars as well? And that's right. One of the themes: maintain class sizes, support class load. So it's whether it's additional counselors or whether it's additional FTEs, and so it's like it's been just this complex, active conversation and trying to put together a balanced budget, and also leverage our fund balance, right? And not ignoring that we do have some funding there to continue to do that step down process, because Dr. Hollins, that's going to be a very active conversation we're going to have, is that what we do now is, right, setting the tone, but also what we do now does allow us more time to think through what our options are and engage in broader conversations around some of those trade-offs, because that's, I mean, who knows with the biennial budget? So the quality education model, right, there's additional considerations. But I think just kind of recap, kind of like from December conversations, intentional investments, and getting to
So I think that's really helpful, because I think what you're pointing out, back to Director Remero's question about, she wants to see the trade-off. The trade-offs are in the proposed budget, right? I mean, that is in fact what you did, what the superintendent did, is he sort of looked and weighed those trade-offs and said, this is the balance. What I think I hear you saying, I don't want to put words in your mouth, is you sort of want to check that work. And I guess what I'm wondering though is the best way to sort of, to check that work, to ask them to go back for an additional 14 million, because I also want to be clear about the disruption there. I mean, that is going to mean very large layoffs. And one of the things about this budget that I really appreciate is that despite how challenging it is, and despite the reduction in teacher positions, we have managed to use significant amounts of our one-time funding to again, like you said, boost those classroom supports back up, avoid teacher layoffs. Going through an exercise like this will mean putting a whole bunch of staff on notice that they might be losing their jobs. And so that's okay to do if we as a board are serious about going down that road. But if it's just an academic exercise, then I think there's better ways at sort of getting at, why did the superintendent and his team decide that these were not the appropriate places to cut? That cutting in these other places would be more detrimental than the reductions that we took.
I just wanted to be what I was hearing, because I didn't see it as a major ordeal. I actually saw it as a standard practice in any reporting document is to identify the methodology used where which you got about to the consensus that you arrived at. And so if you identify the methodology that you're using, you're identifying these are the different steps that we took to guide us to where we are. This is where we gathered the data. This is what we looked at. This is what we put into play. And this is how we arrived. So I didn't actually think that the request was overly complicated as much as it should have been part of a standard practice that possibly would have been in the next volume. I didn't feel like it would have been something that, I didn't feel like it would have been something that we would have did right now, but just putting it on notice saying that I do expect to see that at some point would just simply be like when we get volume 3 that's going to be identified.
There's a lot going into volume 3 apparently.
Well, that's
but
methodology. When you start looking at methodology, and this is the report guy, methodology is pretty standard.
To your point, though, I feel like every one of our budget conversations, we've heard that in terms of what was the overarching philosophy, what was the vision, what were the trade-offs, why did we weigh those things. I felt good about that. I guess it really gets back to a fundamental question: is what does the board need to feel good about where we are, and knowing that there are going to be some changes here, right? That they're going to come forward with next week and maybe after.
Okay, so maybe I can explain things. So I'm a linear person. So volume 3, like we're being told tonight, like, hey, we got to set direction. And in volume 3, this is all going to be clear. Well, we don't have volume 3, I don't
even know what volume 3 is. I
think
that feels like a distraction.
I just want to manage
superintendent.
expectations.
But then why do people keep talking about it? Because
But that's not. We have what we need to vote on a budget, right, in front of us. So
okay, then people
let's
should
focus on that.
Right. I totally agree, because promising something's going to be in volume 3 is not helpful.
I think the board has been promising that more than staff has.
Yeah.
Okay.
My understanding is volume 3 is an attempt to help make the budget more transparent after it's done. It's a communication tool, but with the public and it's the public document.
The PAFR, the public budgeting.
Okay. And so my other point I'm going to say is I feel like I'm at kind of ground zero at some of the disruption. I think the east side is, but like the southeast quadrant. So I'm just trying to share my context. There's a lot of staffing cuts. There's the whole Southeast Guiding Coalition that is shaking up everything that's happening in the outer quadrant.
I mean, which you support. I just want to be really clear that you support those changes as we move from K8.
I'm trying to give you context of why I'm asking these questions, the superintendent and I had a great conversation this morning. Is just like explaining. It's like people are feeling, because you talked about the disruption people are feeling disrupted in like their programs are closing, their programs are moving, their feeder patterns, their communities are getting changed. And I'm not saying, and yes, I am very supportive of Harrison Park opening, and I appreciate the staff, all the work. I'm just trying to give the context of you've got staffing cuts, and then a lot of other things happening, and people are feeling like they're feeling unsettled. And so that's the context I'm trying to share of what people are feeling. And there's really not foundations that are going to come in and like resolve things for them. So that I'm giving you my context of why I would ask that question. And I'm a little bit in Herman's camp, Director Green's camp of, I didn't think it was like a disruptive thing to ask, because to me, in most budget processes I've been through, it's like, hey, what are the explicit trade-offs of things like, hey, we're going to do this or not that. And maybe I missed all of them. But I did start my remarks tonight with a compliment to the superintendent with the prioritizations that he had made. And I guess I can close with that as well.
And just to give a little insight into sort of perhaps what was guiding some of what we asked senior staff to do is we have a multi-year strategic plan, and we're not tackling it all at once, but we prioritized certain outcomes where we want to build capacity and get back to the business of building the organization's capacity, understanding we have very real needs now. And so striking a balance of what we also want to preserve some internal bandwidth to be able to lead, because our rationale is that we're all driving towards hopefully improved student outcomes that we all agreed to. So this is why you see the combination of priorities that we've continued to outline and speak to, while being very mindful of we have one-time opportunities with certain revenues, and we have very real sort of needs right now that our school communities are feeling. We hear them clearly coming at us, those testimonials. And so we're trying to strike that balance, and we're down sort of to the last bit here. And, you know, there's great ideas that have been sort of brought forth, and our next exercise will be to try to sort of come up with a package that speaks to some of those. And some of them we might have to sort of hold on to for another day. I haven't heard the board as a whole say, find another $10 million out of the central office superintendent, because if that's the exercise I need to go through, then we have work to do the next 72 hours. But if there's some amount of cuts that you're looking for to afford more of those, you know, on campus services, then I would hope to have heard that already.
Okay, I think that's right. I think going back through, so we sort of talked through what was on your menu. I'm gonna miss, so I wrote some notes, but I'm sure you all took much better notes. But you know, I think there is interest from the board around some sort of activity equity pot. I think it would be great if and again, if we can get it done for next week's approved budget, that's great. If we have to go to the adopted budget, that's fine. But I think coming back with what could that look like? I think there's interest from the board about an ADA accessible boardroom, and can we? It's a relatively small dollar amount, and you know, what would that take to sort of put that in? Again, we've already talked about sort of class sizes. We've talked about SPED. We've talked about labor costs. We've talked about meals. We've talked about, and a lot of these were more on just information on, like, you know, SEL, mental health support, making that culturally specific. And I think there's a lot already in this budget, but maybe it's as part of our adopted process being a little bit more clear, and then we can sort of weigh in whether there's some more specific, you know, targeted things we want to do there. Talked about security, and that came up a couple times. I know that's been a conversation as well. And so again, what does this budget do, and is there something more we should be doing around security given some of the increasing violence in our community?
Can I just add to that?
Yep.
On the middle schools, I thought I heard several people myself talk about. On the middle schools, I just want to say I thought I heard several people talk about restorative justice and the sort of the campus safety monitor, climate specialists around the climate in some of our middle schools.
I think part of that second item is come back at it to us with what does it look like to reinvest a bit more in our middle schools.
Yeah.
One other plug.
Sorry, and if I can just make a really quick comment on that, I think it's also important that yes, we're hearing those loud and clear, but our central office team, our OSP team, is working directly with school principals and school communities to really make sure that we're identifying very concrete, specific, you know, staffing needs like that. So for example, you will probably see some of these positions that you've mentioned, but we want to give and honor, you know, the school communities in really working through identifying those specific needs.
It's likely to differ by school.
Right, and if it's different by school, that might mean that a middle school proposal might be a number of FTE that we then would allocate based on conversations with individual schools instead of 10 teachers, 15 counselors, 2 social workers.
I had one more thing that I think I forgot to mention that was on my list, but if I did, then forgive me for forgetting. But it has to do with the custodial position, so I don't think it falls under the actual labor costs. It has to do with the structure of our custodial services, so we cut those 13 positions. I'm assuming that we're going to have a wonderfully, positive resolution to our current round of negotiations with this bargaining unit. But there's also a structural piece to that in terms of how the number of positions. So we've swept away 13. Sorry, pun intended. No pun intended. We have, oh, that was a good one, actually. So we have removed those from the budget. It didn't hurt because they were unfilled, but they were still there, which means at one point in time, we thought they were necessary. And so I think I'd like to ask staff to look at not restoring all 13 of those, but our custodial team has asked for a reinstatement of 8 rovers, so 1 per cluster. This was a question that I raised. And Chief Delgadillo, I think you said that the cost to that was $535,000 to have 1 custodial rover in each cluster. Because right now, we don't have those substitutes when someone's absent. They pull from other schools. So I'd just like to put that very concrete ask back in there that came from our questions earlier.
Sure, and I mean, we're going to focus aggressively on finding 55 first, and we'll take our Frank Levitt sort of recommendations on the best way to support across all of our campuses, that maximizes available personnel. So I know he's been working the shows on TV locally, and for those that are listening, if you know anyone, we're hiring.
Great. Okay, you have a really hard job, which is to take everything you've heard tonight and turn it into something that we're going to love next Tuesday. I'm going to stress again, I think I said it a few times, but I just setting expectations for the board. I think what I hope we're going to get, is an improved budget that begins to address some of these things, present some proposals, right, that maybe we can include as part of the adopted budget, and sort of see this as a 2-step. I want to remind the board, we are approving the budget next Tuesday. What that means is we will be in this room until the budget is approved. So there is not any that has to go to TSCC. They have to have 21 days. We have to do that. So I just want to be clear, and I don't plan to be here till midnight, but like.
So did we take everything else off the agenda?
For next Tuesday? No, we got a full agenda. We got all kinds of stuff. Yeah, Southeast Guiding Coalition. So well, this is why we're having this conversation, why I keep trying to set expectations for next Tuesday. Next Tuesday's approved budget may not be perfect, what you want. It should hopefully reflect the general direction you want. And then just keep in mind, it's a 2-step process, approved, followed by adopted. So I hope the approved budget process after tonight's conversation can be 10 minutes.
Yes. Actually, Director Green, to your point, last year, we made a vow to have the budget committee meet on the final approval of the budget just as a standing meeting alone, because we had the same thing last year where we had a bunch of other important stuff on the agenda. Well,
I mean,
yeah. So anyway,
we're
this is
approving the Southeast Guiding Coalition next week. So, and we need to be respectful of that school community at that meeting too, even if people want to get out there, because people have invested, including a lot of central office staff, a year into making this happen.
Yep. Nope.
And
We're gonna give it time as well.
So what else is on the agenda?
We'll work with board leadership to streamline it as much as we can, because those are 2 important topics.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Thank you, everyone. The meeting of the Budget Committee is now adjourned, and the next regular meeting of the board will be held on May 24th. This was a very rich conversation tonight. Thank you, everyone.